Monument Town Council meeting for July 6th. Meeting will come to order. Please rise for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. All right, Ms. Hogan, can we take roll?
Mayor LaKind is noted absent. Mayor Pro Tem King,
Here.
Councilmember Abbott. Does anyone know if I heard perhaps she's on her way?
She's, yeah.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Present.
Councilmember Kimple,
Here.
Councilmember Chronic,
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here. Do we have any disclosures of conflicts of interest to discuss?
No, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, before us, we have approval of the consent agenda and the agenda. Do we have a motion or any comments, corrections?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
To bear with me, I'm not
Okay.
not as quick. And I have Senna marked in as yes, like she's going to be here, so the vote will show
And I'm not getting voting for.
7. I haven't started it yet. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you.
It's on there.
Just waiting for Councilmember Kimple's vote. Are you seeing the record of the vote?
I'm not seeing anything.
It's 5 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention, since she wasn't present at the time.
Yeah, is it coming up on the screens? I don't see it on that screen.
But now,
Yeah, I don't see it coming up. Well.
is it coming up?
We have that on record. She read it on record, so we can continue. Okay, public comments for items not on the agenda. Individuals attending in person may raise their hand to indicate their desire to comment. Individuals attending via Teams may raise their hand digitally to comment via connected devices. Please lower your hand when finished with your comments. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone in the audience?
So the Tri Lakes Chamber of Commerce, I just wanted to say thank you in general to the Town of Monument. The Public Works Department on Saturday was fabulous to work with. They did a lot of stuff for us on Friday and they cleaned up afterwards and we had to tweak a few things. And James in particular was really wonderful to work with and made it very easy for us. And we also want to say thank you to the support of the police department and them working with us with the barricades and everything, with everything getting in. It's just a lot of logistics going on. And so I just want to say thank you to those departments for having a great 4th of July. Thank you.
And thank you too. Anybody else? Anyone online will?
I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Okay, we have a recognition for milestone anniversaries. Ms. Vanderhook.
Actually, if we could do introductions prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. Introductions.
So this evening, council, we wanted to facilitate some introductions. One of them being someone who is not new to our community, but I do not believe that this council has had the opportunity to meet. And so I'd like to introduce Judge Chickalella, who has been our judge for a number of years, but wanted to give you the opportunity to meet him. He's here in the audience, and because that has been an ask before. And later on this evening, we'll be doing an appointment, or it's an item on the agenda for an appointment of Mr. Chickalella to be our judge. However, it's a little late in the evening, and so I don't know if he will be staying that late. So I wanted to be able to introduce him to you prior to that.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I've been your judge for about 20 years. I don't know exactly how long. I don't remember the first time I was sworn in. I'll just tell you a couple of things if I can. My general philosophy about municipal and quite frankly, county courts is these are the grassroots courts. It's where our citizenry sees the courts. Probably for the only time in their lives when they get some sort of a traffic ticket or some sort of notice to appear in court. And so it's my philosophy that you must have the appearance of fairness at all times. Treat everybody with respect. I think I'm the only judge that I've seen when somebody comes before me, I thank them for appearing because there's some that don't appear. And when they don't appear, it causes more trouble, grief, and consternation than what any system should need when somebody should be there and doesn't appear. But when they take the time to meet the summons or ticket that they received and come into court, it shows that their willingness as citizens to stand up to the duty that they have, whether they feel themselves innocent or guilty of what the accusation is, and follow through. In my experience, we have a very low recidivism rate here in Monument. I don't continually see the same people over again. There have been occasions when I've seen some juveniles to the point where I remember their names. That's not a good thing. If the judge remembers your name, we have a lot of people that appear over the course of a year, and the judge shouldn't be expected to remember the names of the people that appear. And when he does, or she, as the case may be, it's not a very good sign. But I appreciate the opportunity that you've given me to apply to continue with my judgeship with you. I understand that we're kind of in the middle of an exchange time, and that that'll be reviewed again at the end of the year. And not out of any disrespect for this body, but I am going to go home and watch the football game, the soccer game. And my wife has also prepared supper, not knowing that the formal appointment would come at a later time. So I would like to be there for her supper that she's prepared. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have, either philosophically about the court, or how I've approached the court, or what concerns you may have if you've heard some from any people. We don't have many sovereign citizens, so to speak, that appear before us. And that's kind of a broad definition, but we don't have very many. And those that have, for the most part, have treated the court directly with respect. Although I have heard from my court clerk that sometimes we have what she calls keyboard warriors who send emails that may not be the most appropriate. But she generally doesn't share those with me unless they somehow create a threat to the court. And we haven't had that happen. But like all bodies, perhaps even yours, you've had the keyboard warrior who doesn't act appropriately. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Anybody have questions?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment because
Sure.
I have been in the audience and I've seen you perform.
Oh, should I run?
So thank you.
She was there voluntarily, to be clear.
Yes, yes, it wasn't, yeah. Oh, thank you. No, I was as an observer.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I said, I was there as an observer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just to
Well,
watch.
and I welcome observers. I had a friend say one day that he was going to come by and make faces from the back of the courtroom. And I said, that would not be a very good idea. I'm in control of the decorum of the courtroom, and you may not want to hear what I would have to say about that. So the friend never appeared.
Well, I've heard good things about you, and it's good after all this time to finally meet you.
Well, and it's good to appear before you. Our general philosophy in the court is that, as I say, we're meeting the grassroots citizens, most of the people that we have. As I say to advisement of rights, we don't try the Tim McVeighs of the world in our court. And I've asked on occasion, who knows who Tim McVeigh is? And you'd be surprised the number of hands that don't go up. So that's been long enough where they don't know about the bombing. But we have family, friends, relatives, neighbors who made a simple lapse of judgment, carelessness, failure to observe, and they've come in to meet the song, so to speak, on that.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, and I'm not running out on you, not disrespectful, but I am going to go have dinner and watch hopefully a winning soccer game.
Good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're back to recognition for milestone.
Actually, I do have one more introduction I'd
Oh,
like
you
to
do?
make.
So you don't have
I'm
any, you don't have any
surprised it's
lists
working.
on here. You just have a bullet point.
Yes, I'm sorry. We should have done that. Our next introduction would be Jason Hahn, who is the new executive director of the Loop Water Authority. So Jason's been here just under a month now. So I just wanted you to have the opportunity to meet him and know who he is. Should you, I know some of you come to the Loop meetings, so but if you see him around, he is a Woodmore resident. So you will probably see him in the community.
Welcome aboard.
Sure. Any more introductions?
No, now I can move on to recognitions, but I am
All right.
gonna do that from the podium if that's all right.
Oh, for sure.
I wanted to be able to give them something. So we have some employees who are celebrating 5 years of service with the town of Monument. And really that's remarkable. 5 years of service to our public and making sure that we offer great services and that our residents have a great place to live, a great place to work, and even recreate here. So as you heard Terry talk about, our public works and our police department do a lot of work for our community. The 4th of July, which just happened, being one of them, where it's a all-day event. It's a many-day event for them and setting up and preparation and planning, and they do a wonderful job. So I'd like to recognize Sean Farnham from our Public Works Department as one of our 5-year employees, and then Officer Chase Dukes as the other one of our 5-year employees, which if you don't mind coming up here, if you can. We haven't done this in the past and you may have already received one of these, but I feel like we should be giving you our challenge coins. So thank you so much for your dedication and your service to our community and for all that you do. We really appreciate it. And same to you, Sean. Thank you. I know that sometimes you go above and beyond and appreciate all the work that you do for our community. Thank you both.
Take care. All right, presentations, 2026 to 2028 strategic plan progress report. Ms. Van Hoek, you're up again.
It's the most I've spoken in a meeting in 2 years. I'm just gonna wait on Will since he was trying to be helpful and bring me a microphone. But as you know, last year we spent a lot of time working on creating our strategic plans. So we are at our first report out 6 months into implementing our strategic plan. So tonight's presentation, I'll be brief, but I'm happy to answer any questions or dive deeper into anything that you would like to. Okay. Sounds good. tonight we're going to go over the priorities that we listed. We have 4 priorities. Then we'll share a progress report on the 29 objectives that we identified, and go over some key accomplishments, as well as any items that we might need to adjust the timeline. So just as a reminder, we also, during the strategic plan, we set a vision for the town. And I won't read these word for word, but, you know, making sure that we're thoughtful in how we plan the growth of our community, that we safeguard that small town charm that we all appreciate about our community. Making sure that we pay attention to the natural resources and open spaces, and govern in a way that's cooperative, transparent, and inclusive, delivering high quality professional services to our residents and our businesses. We also want to be mindful of our community that are neighboring, our neighboring communities, as we make decisions and think about how that they may be impacted at the greater community. And if you're interested in a refresher, all of this information is on our website as well. The 4 strategic priorities that we identified, and I guess I am in charge of this. There we go. Is to ensure long-term financial health and sustainability, strengthen community engagement, enable responsible community development, and reinforce a positive work culture. So those are the strategic priorities, and each of those priorities had some objectives that we outlined. So we are doing really well. Of those 29 objectives, we are overall about 48% in completion, with 3 of our objectives actually being fully completed. So I'll break those down kind of by department and by priority in the next couple of slides. But I would say for our first plan, we're implementing really well. These are really important for us because we have a lot of work that we have to do. So much so that we really need to hone in on what's important, because we can't do everything all the time. And we decided as a group, council and staff, that these were the items that we were going to focus on over the next 3 years. So 2026 to 2028. Otherwise we would be scattered and all over the place. So this really helps us stay focused. So within our objectives or our priorities, you can see that we are either in progress or on track with everything. So things are moving quite well. And we broke it down by department as well. So in the finance department, we've completed 1 objective, as well as in information technology and in public works. And everything else is in progress or on track. Some of the key accomplishments that I wanted to highlight are presenting a long-term financial forecast. We shared the initial fee study last year during the budget. Shared an initial fee study results and proposed water rate increases to you in May. We created the Citizen Service Level Advisory Committee, and we have been bringing those recommendations to the council. Community resource officer duties and bike patrols have been continuing and expanded for the school through the summer. And then the school resource officer presence in our community also continues. And Chief Regan's advisory board is continuing to meet quarterly. The clerk's office has published a candidate and election resource guide with an information session coming up here in July, on July 28th. So anyone who is interested in running for a seat on the council will have an opportunity to come and ask questions and learn more about the process. And then we signed an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with the Pikes Peak Office of Emergency Management. And we have been working on creating our continuity of operation plans and emergency management plans, with an anticipated date completion time being later this fall. And then council just recently approved the town's AI utilization policy, which was another one of our key accomplishments. So again, you can see another breakdown of how we are doing based on the priority. And then also what is coming in the next couple of months, including the audit report, the candidate information session that we just spoke about. Preliminary budget will be presented to council in August, and our Monument 2040 comprehensive plan will come in the fall for approval. And then along with the budget, we'll have a capital improvement plan that we will also present to council. So everything is on track in that sense. Specifically looking at each priority a little bit more in depth, the first one being financial health and sustainability. All items are on track or in progress. Keep in mind, finance, we have to do a lot of repeat items every single year. So that's why they might look on track instead of completed, because we'll complete those tasks every single year. Just making sure I covered all the notes on that. And I just did little snippets of what the objectives were for each of the priorities, but I didn't go into a ton of detail, but if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those. Under this category, this is one item that is one of our objectives that is at risk. We had initially said in June of 2026 that we would make a decision on a long-term renewable town water supply. And as of right now, we have presented many options to council, but not all of those options are fully complete yet. And so I'm making a recommendation that we extend this deadline to January of 2027 in order to allow those options more time to be fully worked out with each of the options. So I don't know if you want to make that decision now or if you'd like to talk about that at the end of the presentation.
Anybody want to weigh in on that?
I'm in favor of making January 2027 the date.
I am not. What is the return for investment if we wait till January? What other information are we gonna obtain from what we already have received? And here's my my rationale. Since 2022, we have held 11 executive sessions on this matter. That doesn't include the study sessions, the working groups. We've had 3 presentations from the Loop board. We've had 1 presentation from NDS in addition. We've seen a 30% design with numbers. My experience working in planning charrettes and other projects, the numbers often, or the numbers go up. They don't go down. I've been involved in one project where the numbers went down because the cut costs, they took out 60% of the project. So I don't see why we need to continue to wait for another 6-7 months when we're going to find ourselves right back at this point once again. After we've already exhausted study sessions, working groups, executive sessions that are costing us money, the town money that we can't recoup because we're paying for legal fees to review everything before we even get to the executive session. And if, so we spent, I could be wrong, but we spent $2,000, $200,000 for legal fees just to hold those executive sessions. And we're going to end up holding more executive sessions leading into January to get back to right where we're at right now.
So this seems like a longer conversation.
Yep.
We have a discussion item coming up on this, and maybe we should move it to that. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just move it to that.
Okay. Continuing on to strengthening community engagement. Again, we highlighted some of the items in our key achievements in community engagement with our community resource officer duties being expanded, and building a consistent social media presence, and the chief advisory board continuing to meet. So all of these engagement efforts are on track as of right now. The clerk's office creating the candidate election resource guide, and then inviting the public to attend a candidate information session is another one of those objectives that were completed or near completion. And the citizen service level advisory committee, creation of that committee, and also bringing those recommendations back to council is also completed as well. Although we will continue to work on those efforts. In the category of, oops, sorry, the slide behind, enabling responsible community development. This is one of our smaller groups of objectives, but really large projects are in this one, including the Monument 2040 Comprehensive Plan, which the planning department has done a great job last year with community engagement, bringing those sessions to the public, and hopefully will this fall bring the final product to council for your approval. And working with the Pikes Peak Office of Emergency Management on creating our continuity of operation plans, and emergency management plans are fully in the works right now as well. And that was another one of the objectives within this priority. And then our last strategic priority is reinforcing a positive work culture. This is important because as we just recognized our 5-year employees, we want to make sure that we have many opportunities to recognize our employees for their tenure. So keeping a talented workforce is much more efficient than hiring and training new people. So we really want to ensure that we are doing that. Some of the ways that we've been able to do that is by offering AI and letting our employees know how they can properly utilize AI in order to be more efficient, and just another tool for them to use in their toolbox for their jobs. And we are also working in HR with focus groups. We've done some on our healthcare benefits with our staff, making sure that we are focused in on professional development opportunities for our staff as well. So again, all of these are on track, with one of them being completed in information technology on the AI utilization policy. And that is the end of the summary for our strategic plan progress report. Like I said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, or if you have suggestions as to how you'd like to see this summary in the future, please let me know. This was one way that we did it this time, and we'd be happy to make any changes that you might have as well.
Any questions?
I'm just kind of want to look for a little bit of feedback on how staff feels it worked as a tool.
Sure.
Accomplish goals this year. Is it?
I mean, the leadership team worked really hard on completing the graphs. And I feel like where we're at with 48% already being in the works, or close to being completed, it's been a really good tool for us. I did sort of wonder, like, did we make too easy of goals? But I don't think we did. I mean, we've accomplished a lot of incredible work in the past year to 18 months, that we've really been focused on these goals, really making sure that we're a professionally run organization. And so I think having these tools and knowing what the goals and expectations are from council has really helped staff.
Well, this is relatively new and it's good to see when you put it on paper like this. It's in front of your face all the time and I'm glad we went ahead with this process. It's actually pretty valuable.
Sure.
Thank you.
And like we've noticed, sometimes things will slip, and so it's just an opportunity to reevaluate and make some decisions going forward as to if we need to make any changes to that. So we welcome your feedback on that as well too. So
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, up next, water rate study, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Jennifer Phillips, Finance Director and currently Interim Public Works Director as well. Having a great time. And I mean that honestly.
We
So
can give you another position.
what?
We could give you another position.
Load it
Why
on.
not? We'll make it up. You
As long
could-
as I don't need to use my
you could
hand.
plant the flowers.
I could do that. So I'm back with the water rates again. We had presented those to you on May 4th. And council had some questions and wanted some additional information, which is being provided tonight. You'd asked for some additional rates, so we've provided that. You wanted to compare the rates that included the sewer fee in them, and then to compare closer neighboring water districts. And so we've added that for you. A quick review again, just for the Water Enterprise Fund. It is intended to be a business. So it's intended to cover all of its costs, operating costs, maintenance, and capital costs. And of course, we have 2A, which we're very privileged to have, which can handle, pay for water for growth. But it's important that the water fund be self-sustaining. And so a water rate study was conducted in 2015. We've talked about this. Oh, next slide, please. Oh, it's me. Next slide, please.
Your paw hurts.
So we've mentioned this before. So the last rate study was 10 years ago or 11 years ago. And back then the rates were increased at 5% a year for 5 years. We haven't had any rate increases for 5 years. And so we really need to get back to, as difficult as it is, we really need to get back to looking at rate increases for our water system. So this is status quo. This is a long-range financial forecast for 5 years. If we do absolutely nothing and we stay with the current water rates that we have, we're going to have a problem starting in 2028, heading into 2029. And so currently at the rates that we're charging, it's not sustainable for the water fund. And so that's the reason we did the water rate study. And that's the reason we're coming to you with options on how you would like to increase those water rates. So this is the graph with additional information that you had requested, more neighboring water districts. And in green, you can see that the sewer fee has also been included. Now, Monument doesn't have, we have Monument sanitation, but that is part of what citizens and customers in Monument pay. So you can see that information's been added, and you can see where Monument under existing sits. And then we have an option 2 and an option 1, in addition to the original option that I had presented a month or 2 ago. So this was the first option. We had recommended a 10% increase for customers, both residential and commercial. Just for reference purposes, we have about 15, almost 1,600 residential customers. We have a little over 200 commercial customers. The average residential bill is about $96 a month. So the average customer uses about 5,500 gallons of water a month. And this would be the rate increase at 10% a year for 5 years. So you can see the impact on a customer's rate. And so the council had asked that we look at some additional options. So it's important to point out that what we did was we targeted the same amount of revenue that a 10% increase over 5 years would have generated to make it easier to be able to, because we felt like that was a reasonable amount of additional revenue to bring in. We'll check in on it every year. We've agreed to do that. That's part of your policies. But we thought that that was a good sort of, then we could compare the three, knowing that basically it's anticipated that the same amount of revenue would come in. So one option, which is option one, is a different rate based for commercial and for residential. And so 0 to 3,000 gallons would see a 0% increase. Now, I just want to make sure that it's understood that everyone gets that discount or that non-fee increase. So if you're looking to assist families who maybe are socioeconomically struggling, you're not targeting, it's for everybody. So if you use 4,500 gallons of water, your first 3,000 will not see a rate increase. So we provided an option of 0 and then 12% for 3,000 to 12,000. And you can see 12,000 to 24, 10%, and then above 24,000 at 11%. And then for commercial, 0 up to 3,000 gallons, and then 8%, 8%, 8%. And again, that gets us to that same target amount of revenue. The second option that we presented or are presenting is it's a graduated rate for both residential and commercial. So it's exactly the same. Again, 0 for the first 3,000, 10% for 3,000 to 24,000, and then 15% for above 24,000 gallons. We did adjust the amount of usage of 24,000 gallons because we felt at a 15% rate increase, you would see some water conservation. And so there is an adjustment in there of a little bit less water usage because we felt that that would be an impact of this kind of a rate increase. So again, the revenue generated from these rate increases, all three of them, would basically get us fairly reasonably through 2029. So it doesn't fully solve our problems. We also have the water system, water master plan coming that's really going to assess our entire system. And so right now we don't know the amount of capital projects are going to be necessary. And remember, 2A cannot pay for maintenance. So all of that maintenance needs to be included in the costs. But this at least shores us up a bit. Any of these three options shores us up, and we can continue to look at where we are in 27 and 28. And if we have to make more adjustments, we would certainly bring that to you. So at this point, if you're looking for a recommendation from staff, we are recommending option number 2. We think water conservation is a good strategy as well for those overusers. We'd like to see them maybe think a little bit more about the kind of amount of water that they're using. And it's a more simple formula. Again, these are just 3 options. If you're not satisfied with these 3, we can continue to look at different options. But we think that these are relatively reasonable. So we'd like you to consider these, give us direction. I would then finalize the study, bring it back to you for adoption, along with a resolution to increase the water rates. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Yes, quick question. For option 2, you did a higher increase percentage for the big users, whereas in option 1, the higher increase was, let's call it the mid-range, the 3 to 12.
Yep.
Why not do the same in option 1 for the above 24,000? Put a higher percentage increase there.
You absolutely can. Again, we were targeting that revenue amount.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's how we backed into the numbers, but you absolutely could. Yep.
Because the intent is water conservation, but then there's always going to be 1 or 2 individuals who want their competition putting green in a high desert prairie. Okay. But then they should pay for that competition putting green. My thoughts. That's it.
Any questions down here?
Yeah. I was curious if you guys took a look at, or if we have data on how many of those 1,600 users use less than 3,000 gallons. Do you know that?
It's a relatively low number to my understanding, yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I'm surprised. I was really surprised to learn that I'm not facing any water increase because I rarely use even 1,500 gallons of water. But but yeah, that was one of the questions I had. But yeah, I kind of like option 2 because it spells it out and it does drive the conservation part, the conservation point home a little harder, I think.
So, and just because of the nature of water appliances and people coming to terms with water wise type plants. I mean, I think we're going to probably see some usages go down anyway. Probably at some point, we'll be revising the landscaping plans to require a lot of that. And that's going to drive those water usages down too.
Mhm.
So it's a balancing act.
It is.
And it's good that, I mean, we just have to keep revisiting it. Right?
That's why it's in the policies, right? We don't want to get behind like we did before. And so we want to be able to take a look at it and do these forecasts for you and be able to say, you know what, there really is more water conservation going on. Unfortunately, the last few years, the system still costs the same to operate, right? And
Same
so,
staff, same wells, same
right?
everything, right?
Yep. And so potentially we might have to come back and say, you know, what we recommended wasn't enough. And we know from the forecast, it's not enough to continue the system, but it's enough to buy us some time.
But we need the water system to work.
We do, and work well.
Right, that's right.
Yep.
I'm also good with number 2. Everybody,
Yes.
Stena?
Number 2.
Okay, then I will come back in a future meeting and bring those rate increases along with the final study.
Hope your pause.
I hope so too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so everybody hold on. Here comes the Loop Authority member agency invoice conversation.
Yes, so included in your packet is a little bit of background information with the memo, along with the invoice from the Loop Water Authority, which was sent out to all member agencies, which is the Town of Monument, Woodmore Water and Sanitation, and Denala Water and Sanitation. Those are the 3 member agencies that make up the Loop Water Authority. Just as some background, we've been participating with the Loop since about 2022. We were awarded, the Loop was awarded about $4 million in ARPA funding from El Paso County. And that funding will be exhausted by sometime soon in the next month or so. To date, we have invested in about $357,000 in order to help guide the feasibility analysis of the Loop water system to see if that project is even something feasible that would meet the needs of our community. And then because the ARPA funding has run out and we are not quite yet done with the design of the system, the Loop Water Authority is billing the member agencies for 50% of what was budgeted for 2026, which in this case is roughly close to $220,000 right now. So that's the discussion for the evening, as well as our strategic plan item is what would council like to do with not only this invoice, but also moving our objective date out a little bit.
And so for those that are here and online that don't know what the Loop Authority is, it's a system designed to bring renewable water sources ultimately from the Arkansas River, but also downstream flows down Monument Creek and into Fountain Creek. It's called a loop because of that very reason. And it will bring water to the region up here in northern El Paso County. So it's not just for Monument, it's Monument and Denala and Woodmore. And it's been it's a very complicated project. So there's a lot of design and everything that needs to go on. Do we want, before we discuss, do we want Jason to come up and say anything, or
Just
That-
Jason Wallace.
does Jason want us?
I did not ask him to, but if council has questions for you, I'm sure that he would be happy to answer them to the best of his ability. Remember that he's not quite been on board, just that, not even a month yet, so.
Sure. But maybe what his objectives are, and so we can get kind of a handle on where we're at right now. Is that fair?
I'll look to you, Jason. Are you comfortable with that? Okay.
Let's
Well,
step
if
up to
you
the
wanna
podium
step
here
up.
and
Nothing like a trial by fire.
That's about all right.
Laura, good to see you again. I think we met my first day on. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me in today. My name is Jason Han. I'm the Executive Director for the Loop Water Authority. Hired on, my first day was June 8th. I have been drinking from a fire hose since taking on this position. What I can tell you is it's a phenomenal project. I think it's very needed for the region, but as Mr. Campbell said, there's a lot of design into it. I do disagree in the sense that we're going to see numbers go up. I think what we experienced in the loop early on was that we were doing a design and feasibility study. It was, what is this even going to be feasible to work? And at a 30% design level, you don't really know what your options are. So when we go out and we hire an engineering firm to say, hey, can you build us this widget? They're going to say, okay, we're going to throw every contingency possible at this widget so that we're not going to get burned from an engineering standpoint later on. So that gap in confidence level about what they're giving us is very, very broad. So in our design, where we're at now, we're scaling a lot of that back. We have better understanding of what the numbers look like, what the metrics look like, what the engineering looks like, where we need to go for property acquisition, where lines are going to be put in. I met with CSU the other day. We talked about potential for modeling with them. We've talked about what the SDS looks like, the NDS. I'm meeting with TriView to go talk with them because this is a regional effort. The other thing that I'm tasked with is going out and finding more money for it. Because there is such a highlight on water sustainability within the region, there's a lot of federal funds out there. There's a lot of grants that we can go after. To the board's credit, they have been doing great at managing this for the past 4 years, but they all have daytime jobs. And we outsourced to an extremely expensive firm, and correct me if I'm wrong, but an extremely expensive firm to basically project manage and lead this organization. But they weren't really put into the position to where they could drive the bus. And that's why they brought me on board. So that is now my job of looking at everything from a holistic standpoint, not only from an engineering feasibility possibility, but also the financial modeling and what makes sense for everybody's best alternatives. As Madeline mentioned earlier, I live in Woodmore. I'm on the board at Woodmore, not Woodmore Water, but Woodmore WIA. And when I first got notification of my water rates, when we bought the water rights a long time ago, going from $15 a month to $75 a month, I instantly picked up the phone and said, hey, what's going on here? That's going to be a reality for everyone in the region as water rights become more scarce and water becomes more scarce. We looked at studies for how the aquifers are refilling, and they're coming back at less than an inch per year. That's not it. For those of you that follow water, that's not a good sustainable metric. Okay. We can't keep doing that. And so everybody who thinks that they're just going to keep drilling more wells and finding water and be able to keep rates low, that's not sustainable. And so what the loop does is it provides a multimodal sustainability concept. So we're doing everything we can to figure out how to make that most cost effective for you so that you can consider what that looks like in your budgeting. That was great modeling on the rates, by the way. We're looking at what does that baseline look like every single baseline of where you're going to get your water from is going to increase. If you guys choose to, go to CSU, their baseline is going to increase. They've already announced it 6% over the next 5-6 years, guaranteed. And that's not taking any contingencies into account. So sitting down and going over all of these different options and what the finances break out to, that's why they brought me on. I'm sorry I wasn't here 2 years ago. So I wish I could have had more data for you, but I wasn't here 2 years ago. All I can do is I can promise you from this point going forward, you will have good information. We'll have better contract management. We're going to have better contractor management, and we are moving at lightning quick pace right now. I believe our metric right now is we will have a 60% design within the next couple of months. And that is what I'm asking. And I've spoken with Madeline many times of please extend that extension out just so that you can have better confidence in your dollar figures. I think for your constituents, I think they deserve that. If you're making a decision based upon a 30% spitball, you're not giving them due justice. So do I have any specific questions that you'd like for me to answer? And hopefully that was good enough. I talked very quickly. I apologize.
That was,
From the water guys?
no, that was really good. That was, my question was going to be what your confidence level was on getting to 60% early enough this year so that if we did readdress our strategic priorities in January, that we, without a doubt, we would have that 60% model and we'd be able to make an intelligent decision at that time.
So that's going to be the challenge. I noticed that you guys had a preliminary budget report due in August. So I'm going to push extremely hard to get a better confidence rating. Our 60% isn't until a little bit after that, but I do think that we can get a little bit closer so that I can provide you better metrics. We just went out to RFP to hire a CMAR. And that would be somebody that comes in and says, yes, we can do this job for X number of dollars. And that gives us a fixed rate cost. Whereas right now you've been going off of variable rates. So anybody that understands finance, you know that X variable can change a lot. We're trying to drill down to the nitty gritty. And so that's what I'm doing right now is I'm digging through all of our financial models and looking at alternatives. From the Loop's perspective, just like you guys have a different perspective of what do our options look like, we're going to provide several different models of how we can make it most affordable for everyone. I've also been tasked with, I'm a longstanding community member throughout Colorado Springs and the region in general. So I am going to go out and I'm going to try and find possibly even more members because as economies of scale expand, obviously our rates are gonna level out for everyone. And so that's really what we're looking to do. The biggest concern that we have, especially up in the northern region, is make sure that we have a say at the table. If you go to CSU, which I love CSU, don't get me wrong, but city council down there votes on their rate increases, just like you guys vote on yours. The Loop Water Authority is represented by each one of you as a member agency. Then you have a say in what those rates look like. So that's a little bit more power in your back pocket that I think is invaluable. This way you don't have somebody just telling you, hey, based on water rate tables and everything this year, we're going to have to bump you guys up another 10, 15%. And then that's going to get passed through to your users. There's no way you can absorb that.
Thank you.
So regarding CSU, and maybe you know this and maybe you don't, but I'm going to ask anyway. As Colorado Springs expands, and as well, right now, I mean, we've got big drought problems for sure. But what does the availability for them look like to sell water and or convey, treat, and deliver, which is what they're doing with TriView? How does that map out? Do you have any kind of idea?
I do, but I'm not comfortable speaking to their legal terms and operations.
Fair enough.
But what I can say is that when I met with CSU the other day, they did just recently complete a study in April, which is a little bit behind the ball, called the IPR. Did you get a chance to read that by chance? No? Okay. So it's a Loop project as well, because they saw what the Loop Authority was doing. They saw that we went to the county, we got our ARPA funds, we spent $4 million, we're spending $4 million on figuring out how to unify all these little water districts that have been around that are trying to be sustainable on their own. And it's a brilliant idea. They just got to the table a little bit late. And so I've been working with them on how do we get maybe a little bit more of their stability behind us, but still remaining, but still allowing for us to have our autonomy. And so obviously I can't negotiate on behalf of the Loop because we have a board that I have to go to, but we did have some amazing conversations. And normally CSU is rather staunch about what they will and will not do. And it felt like the door was opened just a little bit more in that conversation, because I think they see the long-term potential. So I can't promise anything on that. I can tell you that they are very solid in their ability to deliver water, but anybody that's got their water rights and the infrastructure to do so will be as well.
Sure. And you also said that you had, you had met with Triview. Can you say
Not yet.
anything about that? Oh, you said.
Not yet. They're next on my agenda. I am meeting after meeting after meeting, trying to get everybody on my agenda. So
Sure. No, I appreciate that. Last question I have is if Monument drops out of this loop, what are the odds of the loop continuing?
well, 100%. One, they offered me a job, so I'm staying. No, in all seriousness, I obviously hope you guys don't. I think financially it makes sense for you guys to stay. From Woodmore's perspective, they bought the water rights for down there. Either way, that water is going to come up. So they're going to figure out how to make it happen with or without Monument, Denala, anybody else. I 100% know Woodmore will continue doing it. It may just be a scaled back version because then we don't have the acres per feet demand that Monument and Denala and everybody would require. But either way, it's going to go forward.
Okay. And I guess I'm going to add another question. So if you go out and find other members for this, how much can you, can you scale that up substantially based on the water rights that are available, or would they have to bring water rights to the table?
It depends on the model that we're looking at as to what they're bringing to the table. So one of the biggest concerns for the Loop is your upfront capital expenditures and cost. And so if we're able to balance delivery and we have it within our bandwidth to provide that, then maybe that would be an alternative that we look at, but that would have to be part of the modeling because everything comes at a price.
Sure. And the pipe size would be bigger and everything else. Right?
Well, and what we're doing is we are thinking, we're future thinking for expansion. So everything that we're modeling right now is well above beyond what we need for that thought. I'm going to go visit Palmer Lake. I'm going to go visit. There's a couple of other small ones that Madeline and I talked about. It just makes sense to offer tying people into the Loop in general. Obviously, there's only so much water to go around, so yeah, we need to find more water. But there's ways of making that happen.
Sure.
It just takes money.
In downstream flows, capturing more of that.
Absolutely.
Wherever you can get it, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. This has been enlightening because you come to the table or you come to this podium here with a lot of energy, and this has been a long process for everybody up here for sure.
I haven't, and thank you guys for your patience. I understand it's been arduous, and I apologize that like I wasn't here 2 years ago. All I'm asking is that we've done a lot in a month. Let's just give it a couple more months and see what we can do, and have faith. I haven't been here, but we're gonna do well. So,
Okay.
Any
more
other
questions
questions?
for anybody? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. It's good seeing everybody. Thank you so
Thank
much. for your
you.
time. Thank you for having me.
Voting on this tonight, are we? Are you looking for a way forward? I would be looking for a way forward. Normally invoices would go on the agenda under invoices under 25,000, but in individual conversations with council members, we felt like this was a big enough topic to have its own discussion item. I believe that they could make a motion to do something tonight, correct?
One reason I'm keen to Rolex this to January is there's a third option that our water attorney and water consultant have presented to us, that town staff and water experts haven't really had a chance to delve into. And so I really think with that third option, we need to explore that one more, because that could become a viable option or not. We don't know. It's an idea right now.
Yes.
And so we owe it to town staff for them to do their due diligence. Hang on. Sorry. And then the other thing that we probably need to provide, not probably, we do need to provide to ourselves, but town staff, but also our residents, is what's the pain point? I was talking this over with when I was chatting with Madeline. I don't know that we have established a pain point. And but what I mean by pain point is, okay, option one, whatever that might be, if the loop comes in and it's going to be 160 million, and NDS is we know is I forget the numbers now, but then option three is, let's say, 20 million. What's the pain point? Do we want to do 20 million? We're talking about 500 acre feet, just to kind of make things round. 1,500 ratepayers. What's the pain point? Is the pain point realistic for, let's say it's 300 million, 200 million, whatever, X, right? Is that too high of a pain point? That's one thing that, we have not discussed, to say it's 1,500 ratepayers, 500 acre feet of water. What's the pain point? Where do we say, hell no, have a nice day, we're moving on, right? I don't know that we've really had that discussion as a council. I don't know that staff even knows what the pain point is. And I don't know that we've heard from residents that are going to end up with this pain point, to say, yes, we're willing, or no, we're not willing, et cetera, right? So there are some more foundational discussions that we haven't really had. We went straight to the solution, which is typical for human beings, right? Problem, solution, right? But I don't know that we've really had a foundational discussion to say, there's a problem coming down the road. We have recognized it. Okay, so we have three options. What's the process? How do we want to go about doing this? And what's the pain point?
Well, for me,
What's that?
well, for me, who lives in the district, I do have a pain point, but it's not a dollar amount as
Okay.
far as what a system is going to cost. It's how much is the bill per month. And so however we get there,
Yes.
I've kind of come to the terms, and I'm probably really high, but this is just my own personal pain point.
Okay.
When it starts doubling my water bill, then it starts getting really expensive,
Mhm.
because our water bill is more than the average here. But so I think, rather than saying, because it could be $1 million for this solution and $100 million for this solution, but this one has a cheaper water bill because of how the bonds are structured and
Sure,
everything
yeah.
else. So I think that's kind of how we have to develop that pain point mechanism. And, maybe it's some type of a survey with the community. But we do need to fix this water problem. And and my preference, as it's been since the beginning, is to try to do a regional fix, all things being equal. But on the other hand, money does matter for sure.
Yep. And something as a discussion point is, we would prefer regional because our perception is that a regional would probably be cheaper in the long run, right?
Well, it helps more people is where I'm coming from.
Okay. But is that pain point too high to where we're pursuing a regional, but for our 1,500 ratepayers, the pain point is too high.
Right.
And so that's something that our staff and our residents also need to know is option A, pain point high, but we have a regional solution. And for the long run, it's better for the Tri-Lakes region. Okay, maybe we make a sacrifice, or maybe not. Maybe the pitchforks come out and it's like, hell no, we're going to go with the monument option, and the regional is too costly. What is the pain point?
Well, I think to your point, Marco, and to Mayor Pro Tem's point collectively, because I'm one of the 1,500 as well. And my bill isn't near his bill, but that's, a separate discussion, but we haven't done that. And why haven't we? Why haven't we done it? Why haven't we taken the options and said, okay, this is what this one's going to cost. This is the pain point. This is how much it's going to cost you, Mr. and Mrs. Resident. And these are the pros and cons of addressing it in this way, and do that for each of the options.
Well, every time an option came before us, I just had my calculator out and I divided by 1,500. And that's how I would get there to see, okay, this is reasonable, even though it's a lot of money, it's reasonable per month. That was my personal way of trying to justify.
We're the
the cost.
minority. We've got 4 people up here who are residents, and we're making a decision for 1,500. That's hard.
Right.
If I could loop it back in a little bit. We've got $357,000 invested in this right now. We've already budgeted the loop, our contributions for this year already. I think we're not in that much dire need. That's 6 months. We can't wait 6 months to get to the 60%. So we can see what our return on investment will be. I agree 100%. We do need to look at what the pain point is, and we need to get to that place. And I think 6 months is, 6 months is incredibly reasonable at this point, given what we've invested so far, being good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. Like I said, we've already budgeted for this year. So let's respect that money we've put into this already. Go ahead and pay our bill and meet our commitment and finish out this year. And then I promise we're not going to kick the can down the road again, Ken. I promise.
Yeah, I also think we
60%.
Jason accountable.
After 60%, we won't have to.
We've kicked the can down the road several times at the request of the Loop board wanting more time.
Agreed.
And I go back to my comment that I made over a year ago. As a customer, when I'm trying to go to a business, if they can't provide a service, at what point in time do I say enough's enough? I'm going to go with someone else, because I go back to also what our water agency said to get off the Denver Basin as quickly as possible, right? We've developed other options through all these talks. We have another agency that has a proven method that's already delivering stuff that we need to take a look at as well. But I'm also looking at, I understand cost. I do. I looked at the numbers. I remember the first presentation we got, and I was like $10, and I was like, there's no way.
Yeah.
And then when I saw the most recent cost, I was like, reality is hitting me in the face, where I looked at 2 years ago, if we made a decision, steered a different direction and focused our efforts, we could have been connected up at a lower cost overall, but now everything, because of the economy, everything is increased. So prices keep going up as we keep delaying. And we're putting money into the agency to produce their own, we're at 30%.
Well, it is.
Over 4 years, we're at 30%. And we're also costing taxpayers money as we go through our legal representation to review stuff before we go into the executive sessions. We've seen different dollar amounts in front of us, and I understand the pain point. I get that, and I think about that as well, as how much it's going to cost. this money that we've put into the loop, if we get it back, which we're supposed to, in addition to the 200,000 that we're talking about maybe submitting, I can find other things that we can get a return for investment right now that we put that money into, whether it's our parks, whether it's our roads, whether it's buying equipment for the staff, public works, whatever.
It's 2A fund though.
And I get all that, but, I want us to direct staff to focus in this concentrated area instead of going multiple directions. Because at some point in time, we have to make a decision, plain and simple. We have to make a decision what's best for the town first. I understand joining the community, the surrounding community members, because they're doing something similar down south that they haven't come to fruition yet as well. This is a long-term project, but we can do something immediate where we talked about 4 years ago that I know that we talked about joining 2 systems, one immediately and the other one in a long term. And we've still talked about that on occasion over the past couple of years, but we're deviating from it. And it's great that we heard that the elevator pitch. I'll take it as I have doubt because of past experience of being asked to wait. We need more time. Let's wait. We need more time. And that's happened several occasions.
Definitely don't question your doubt. I don't. My position is that, and what I'm trying to
And it's
reiterate is that
6-7 months, we're gonna be having the same
Oh.
conversation.
I don't think so.
But
'Cause
the numbers are gonna be different.
I don't think so, because we have a director now. Jason's all over this. It's gonna be a completely different picture. At least it's gonna be a different story now with a real director in charge. And we're gonna spend a lot of time talking about it. We should really, I don't know, plan things in the future as we go.
Yeah, I
I
think,
think we're all kind of leaning towards paying the bill and.
I think-
Well, you're not.
I think if we go forward with paying this additional, call it loop bill, I also want to put the caveat that, I would like for staff to, explore the third option, and give us, numbers of what it would cost just if we do our own internal, system. We've got the numbers for the NDS, so we should be good for that. And then, find out from the community, the community group, what's the pain point? Is it double the cost? Is double too much? Is double acceptable? What's the acceptable rate range where we've got, where these 1,500 ratepayers, because they're the ones that are going to carry the cost. This is one where I've always been about monument is monument, right? It's the east side and the west side of I-25. Unfortunately, in this conversation, it's only the west side, right? It's only 1,500 ratepayers, right? Maybe 1,800 at build out. Okay, fine. Go with 1,800. But it's only them. And so we need to find out from them, what is their pain point?
Also, if they
Did we
want,
put that in a water bill?
also if they want renewable now, or if they're willing to wait 7 to 10 years. Which, how can
Yeah.
you figure out, how can you calculate the rates, what the rates are gonna be in 10 years?
I get what you guys are saying, and that's great conversation. This bill is due on July 10th. We need to decide if we tell Madeline to go ahead and pay it or not, and then the numbers are screaming at me where we've already dumped 439,000 into it. Where does that money go? Nowhere. We haven't even
We're
seen
supposed to
it.
get it back.
And when does that happen? Please do.
For sure.
She's referring to the amount that was budgeted for 2026.
Right.
And this is also budgeted part, this check going out, if we, should we pay this amount?
This is part of the budget.
Correct. We budgeted
Okay.
440,000 for 2026, and this is 50% of that.
Okay,
So it's
okay,
half of the budget amount.
okay.
So a couple of misconceptions that I've heard up here that I want to clarify. Mr. Campbell, I 100% agree with you that like the loop has not delivered in the past couple of years. There's a lot of logistical challenges as to why. I'm happy to sit with you and explain what those delays were. Fortunately, I'm playing catch up as well. A lot of it was extenuating circumstances, but it did happen. Since we are full steam ahead, I do think it's going to be beneficial because what I'm going to do, and this is above and beyond kind of my scope and role, is for each member agency, we're going to do those cost benefit analysis for all of the different options that I know of that you have. It's put on staff a lot of the times as to how to model all these things together and do a comparative study. Obviously, you're going to want to compare everything on your own, but we're going to do that for you so that I can say, hey, if you go with NDS, here's what it breaks down to. Here's capital expenditures. Here's what it looks like for the loop. Here's what it will look like for your third option. And we can break it all down because nobody's going to know the financial modeling better than we are. Okay. The way that we structure the financial modeling, like Mr. King said, that's what's going to make a difference to your end user. The other thing that we're going to do is because you guys are public facing figures, we're already working on a PR campaign to get information out to the community, to bring awareness and talk about what that means. You brought up a great point. Do people want sustainability now, or do they want it in 7 to 10 years? Do you want to pay for a rate increase on your bill today, thinking about what that's going to look like in 30 years? So those are all information points that we're going to get out to the community because that's what's going to make a difference on your voting populace and your people that are going to be paying for this. We're working with Denala already. They've already started their PR campaign. We're ramping up on ours because I feel like we're behind the 8 ball already. So we're going to start doing that. And I believe it'll help with monuments endeavors as well. I think a lot of that is you guys have been, and I hate to say this and I'm not besmirching any prior communications, but you've been a little bit in the dark because we've been working on all these design feasibility studies. There hasn't been a whole lot of talk about what the leadership, governments, and actual modeling looks like. That's why I'm here. And like I said, I apologize. I haven't been here long enough to get over and chat with everybody, but that is what we're working on right now. You can't start a brand new organization and not have the strategic plan, the vision, the business model out there and expect people to buy into your brand. So it's not an elevator pitch. It's just simply getting that information out to your folks, and it's got to be reliable. Is that a fair assessment?
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. And if you guys have any questions, I will stick around.
Yeah. Do you need direction or do you need a vote?
Needs a vote. It's due the 10th.
Yeah, I believe you would need to vote on this because that's how normally we would pay invoices.
Okay. Is there any more discussion or?
So just to be clear, should we not pay this invoice? It takes us out of the loop, correct?
That is my
Okay.
understanding what would happen.
Okay, and that eliminates another option that we would have, right?
That is
Narrows
correct.
it down. I'm not comfortable with that myself, and I really understand what you're saying. We have waited but I want to see what this takes us at 60%. And if we have to wait a couple of months, it's a couple of months. I know it's been painful, but I just think that if we eliminate ourselves from the loop now, we might be kicking ourselves. And the more choices for the town is better. So that's just how I feel.
Did you just make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to pay the Loop Water Authority project bill in the amount of $219,000, $219,815.
Second.
I'd also want to make sure that town staff have a good direction from us in terms of what we're looking for in 6 months. Which is whatever numbers, especially for the third option, getting us numbers. And then we can, and pain points, from our ratepayers. Because in January, I want this council to make a decision going forward.
Okay, motion passed 5-1.
Is that do you need direction on the strategic plan as well?
Yes.
Question. Question. A question. So the gentleman's saying that he needs a couple months. We've said 6 months or January. What's the being realistic? Number one and number two, because elections are coming up. Or you're gonna have a new board, is a new board going to drive a whole new, well, let's look at all these options, and then it drags on another couple of years.
That's the way the cookie crumbles, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, is it necessary for us to wait 6 months if we get the information in August? You said around August, September timeframe? Yeah, and that's where I'm driving at, because this is gonna drive our budget when we start having budget talks for going into next year.
I don't know that we'd have the information needed for the third option by that time frame, though, too. So if you're throwing in wanting to have this third option more closely vetted, and because the information you were given prior was very high level conceptual. So again, another ballpark figure. So
Coming in November-ish, but then you have the holidays, so your time frame of January for your vote to push it out seems applicable. And that's why I said I think it's important for us to help you get that message out and the education out. That's why we're willing to step up and do that.
Do you just need direction? Do you need a motion? What do you need?
yeah, we need to, so Laura's suggesting that we modify the strategic plan next meeting in order to change that date. We can do that through resolution.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the first ordinance, public hearing. Ordinance number 15-2026, an ordinance granting approval of the Falcon Commerce Center Phase 2 preliminary PUD major amendment located in the south 43 acres of Falcon Commerce Center known as Area D. Ms. Corning.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Jenna Gorney, Senior Planner in the Planning Department. I am going to be presenting in one presentation both items A and B, so your first two ordinances there as one presentation. I do present in our last slide 2 options for motions, so you'll act on each of those separately at the end of my presentation. Contrary to my typical presentation, I am going to keep it very brief. I do know that our applicant has a wonderfully detailed application or presentation, so I don't want to be duplicative. So I'm going to hit the high points in my presentation. So our applicants this evening are Elite Properties of America LLC, and they're requesting approval of a major planned unit development amendment in the Falcon Commerce Center Phase 2, as well as a final PUD named Santa Fe Meadows in that same area. The proposed major amendment to the Falcon Commerce Center Phase 2 preliminary PUD modifies the permitted use framework for that location to allow both detached and attached single-family dwellings instead of the previously approved multifamily dwellings. And as well, this amendment is necessary based on a density reduction that's been requested as compared to the original approved number of units. And that density reduction is greater than the 20% that the code would allow under a minor amendment. As required, of course, the public noticing did occur by the applicants. In this slide, I just show the property in the greater context of the area. It shows it in the south area D of the Falcon Commerce Center preliminary plan PUD. And as well, the bottom map shows our comprehensive plan future land use map, and it shows those land use designations as light industrial in the central portion of the property and the periphery shown as parks, trails, and open space. The 2 code references that will be driving your choice this evening and your motion are Land Development Code Section 1803-470, titled PUD Amendments. And this section, of course, states that the reduction request in excess of 20%, as well as the proposal to change the housing product to single-family dwellings for multifamily requires the major PUD amendment. As well, Land Use Code Section 1803460, titled Final PUD Plan, defines that the Santa Fe Meadows Final PUD Plan has to be substantially consistent with the proposed amended preliminary PUD plan. The final PUD plan is proposed across roughly 42 to 43 acres, again in Area D of the Falcon Commerce Center preliminary planned PUD. It's at the south side of Terrazzo Drive and proposes a main entrance right there on Terrazzo Drive, then turning into Santa Fe Meadows Drive. The project proposes 205 units. 135 of those would be single-family dwellings proposed on the west side of Terrazzo Drive, and the remaining 70 are proposed on the east side as attached single-family units. The project does include a marked bike lane throughout the development, as well as 2 connections to the Santa Fe Trail. On the right there, you'll see the one that is depicted on the south side of the property, as well as a second connection to the Santa Fe Trail on the east side of the property. And both those are connecting, located within the more established park areas for the development. This slide shows the architecture of the units. It's a cohesive design. There are varied pitch roofs, horizontal articulation, and of course, all of the lots meet the parking requirement for the land development code, so each lot is fully parked. The landscaping plan for Santa Fe Meadows includes primarily native and drought resistant and tolerant plant species, with more formal plantings in the park areas and more naturalized vegetations along the periphery where the project transitions between uses. Additionally, a wildfire hazard study was prepared in 2020 as a part of the original environmental assessment. At that time, the Colorado State Forest Service Wildfire Risk Assessment Portal classified the majority of the area as moderate fire risk. Since that time, that area has adjusted a touch with development in the area and now is classified as moderate, transitioning to low risk toward the south. Additionally, the applicant has submitted the environmental assessment report, and that report concluded that the impacts are anticipated to be general and low moderate due to staying away from the higher value asset areas such as the Jackson Creek drainage area. The applicant provided a traffic analysis. The previously approved traffic analysis did contemplate 640 multifamily mid-rise apartments or 350,000 square feet of industrial space. So as anticipated, this newly submitted traffic analysis report indicates that there are no negative impacts to the traffic based on the decreased number of units proposed. The final drainage report was prepared in accordance with the master drainage plan, as well as the Colorado Springs Drainage Criteria Manual. The United States Air Force Academy, along with the rest of our review agencies, reviewed the proposed Santa Fe Meadows development due to its proximity to the military training area and expressed concerns that were included in your packet related to long-term land use compatibility, noise impacts, operational safety, stormwater runoff, trespassing, and potential impacts to future military aviation activities. In response to these concerns, the applicant has coordinated with USAFA, United States Air Force Academy, and met their requirements, less one item requesting a conservation easement. Thank you. As required, the applicant submitted the overall geohazard report for Falcon Commerce Center. The geotechnical report indicated that no major geological hazards were identified that would prevent development. However, there were conditions such as expansive soils, shallow bedrock, groundwater that will need to be addressed through standard engineering design practices. And in response to that, the engineer has required that as a condition of approval that the applicant submit a geotechnical report with the construction documents in order to address that aforementioned presence of shallow water. So overall, the town engineer did review all of those technical documents associated with the application and did provide a recommendation of approval. So as I briefly mentioned in the beginning, we have our PUD amendments, and the PUD amendment section of the code lists, I think, 10 or so items that could be qualified as a minor PUD amendment. In the event that a proposed change does not qualify as one of those items for a minor PUD amendment, is classified as a major. So due to the request in the density change, along with the change in the dwelling type, this item is classified as a major amendment. Additionally, the criteria for review, you have seen before. They must be consistent with the preliminary PUD. In this case would be the amended PUD, and 1 through 10 there as well. And staff has reviewed all of those items and did find the application compliant with those items. So on June 10th, Planning Commission did meet to discuss this application and did provide a recommendation of approval. The discussion centered around the USAFA comments and concerns there. Ultimately, as far as Planning Commission, we guided the commission to provide their recommendation based on the requirements of those land use code criteria for review for each application. We are just passing along that discussion as it was part of the record, and that was part of their diligence. So passing that along as well. So here are your 2 recommended motions. Of course, the first for the PUD amendments, and the second includes the first condition of approval. The first condition of approval would be that the final PUD plan could not be approved, of course, unless the amendment to the preliminary PUD plan were approved. And the second was that inclusion of the town engineer's recommendation of approval for a geohazard submittal. And of course, with each application, council has the option of several actions. And of course, it would be each of the 2 applications. You can approve it as presented with conditions, add any of your own. You could deny one or both of the applications. And of course, you could remand those back to the Planning Commission to discuss anything you brought up here today. And so I wanted to leave the last slide there for you as those recommended motions. And I did want to highlight that our town engineer staff, Shelley Kobow, is here this evening. If there are any questions, she would be able to address. And I'm also available for questions. That's the end of my abbreviated presentation. You should be thankful.
You have any questions for Jenna?
I can also come back after to answer any
Right.
questions.
You said that the USAFA feedback was in the packet. It's not, just that there's just a letter.
It is linked in the Planning Commission materials. So we provide a link to all the Planning Commission materials, and it would have been provided there within those materials instead of duplicating all of the attachments each time we include it there.
But there hasn't been any updates since their initial planning review, correct?
As far as updates, I know that they coordinated with USAFA, the applicant did, and they met some of the requests and recommendations for mitigating some of the items, including, and I'll let the applicant speak in a little bit more detail. They're including the navigation easement, some information on the plat, ownership agreements. There will also be trail signage to deter against trespassing into that area. And I'll let the applicant, because I know that's going to be a little bit more of a discussion, speak to that in more detail because they've been coordinating with USAFA. I did speak with USAFA and asking if they wanted to attend this evening, and they were happy that we were just going to include that letter in their stead. So they were, to my understanding, comfortable with those mitigation efforts.
Okay, well, the letter that I see is not been addressed by them, so.
Right, they didn't send a follow-up like final approval letter. That was the initial and only review comment letter that was sent. So that was them laying out their overall concerns for the project initially. So they didn't provide a follow-up approval or addressing of each of those items.
Any more questions for her?
Save it.
One more.
Yes.
You talked about a conservation easement. Where would that, number one, where would that be?
That's in the USAFA letter, and I can,
And what does that, um,
Because that was one of my questions too, Ken, was there any substantive discussions between USAFA, staff and developers in regard to the REPI program or
oh, what program? I'm sorry.
REPI? So that's,
I'm not familiar.
come on.
It's a
It's
conservation.
it's a DoD program. It's called and it's mentioned in their letter.
Right.
That's an opportunity. So it's Department of Defense Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Program. Uh, I'll explain it real quick, whereby the military, nonprofit conservation groups, and state and local governments partner to share the cost of acquisition of easements or other interest in land, from willing sellers to preserve compatible land uses and natural habitats near bases and to sustain critical military missions. So there's been over 100, I think it's 104 or 1.4 million acres has been acquired through this program. And I'm just curious, I meant to ask this, I wanted to ask this at the end, but since
That's
we're
okay.
jumping into the conservation easement, this ties right into that. Was there discussions about this? I know Amy from the base commander's office
Amy Kelly.
Amy Kelly has brought it up with me. We've discussed it personally before too. And I'm just surprised that I didn't hear about a formal meeting. I don't believe that happened. If I'm wrong, correct me. But there's great potential here to do serious harm to United States Air Force Academy and their mission here or even possibly over the next 50 years. I think it's worth sitting down and having a discussion about something like that.
yeah, great point. I was going in a different, I was going,
Okay.
I was going in a different direction. My direction is, the BASH program,
Another good program.
bird wildlife, aircraft strike hazard. If we're gonna build a conservation, that's going to attract wildlife, meaning birds. Birds and aircraft, whether they're UAS or piloted aircraft, which are gonna be flying low over this area, do not mix. That's something that I have to contend with what I do and where I'm at all the time. So that's what I was driving is that's why I wish that I heard that Amy was here, that I could hear, is this something to consider, especially because the Aardvark runway is
1,500 feet away.
1,600
Yeah,
feet away.
yeah.
And right now it's being used for UAS, UAV operations. However, helicopters do
Yeah.
land there
Yeah.
because we send them there. And I'll get into the whole Jacks Valley thing afterward, but that's just one of my concerns. I have another issue. If I can go remote, henceforth, I have to leave. I have an emergency that I just got notified. I have to take the wife to the ER.
Oh.
So, yeah. It's
Of course you can.
a continuing problem. So I'm going to try to log on remotely and talk through my phone because I have about 7 questions to ask the applicant.
Just to lightly speak to your comments there, I know that the applicant has been in contact with USAFA in the weeks leading up to this meeting. I've heard comments about the noise study and other things. However, I don't recall hearing USAFA press on the conservation easement item. I can't pretend to speak on the legalities of what that would mean as far as pushing and pressing on that request with the entitlements that the property already has. So I would leave that in our attorney's hands to address a little bit, but it might be more appropriate for our applicant to provide some additional answers for you at this time.
Yeah, one quick question before you
Yes.
walk off, because this wasn't in the packet either. The elephant in the room, as far as the development as a whole, has one access point. And the original PUD had a separate bridge, which was called 2 access points. And now it has 1 bridge. The separate bridge always seemed kind of silly to me because it's still 1 access point. But how, because we don't have a letter in here from the fire department saying it meets all its criteria. You got 30 feet private roads in there, and you have one access point, and you have
Yeah.
one street with 30 houses on it that exceeds our code for 25. I'm just wondering how this all got through the fire department.
Well, the fire department, Mr. Bradley, did provide an additional letter, and in that letter, it describes the rationale of his approval of the one access, and it describes that the width of Terrazzo Drive will accommodate one lane in for emergency vehicles in an emergency and 3 drive lanes out. Additionally, describes that the landscape plan along Terrazzo Drive limits vegetation density and height adjacent to the roadway to protect vehicular access in a fire emergency there. Additionally, reduction and removal of surface vegetation in the development would limit fire spread. Slope of less than 10% in the development also limits fire spread. Surface fuel fire break provided by the Santa Fe Trail would limit spread in the fire and shrub area. And the emergency fire department access available via the Santa Fe Trail, which the applicant can speak in a little more detail on, would be also available in an emergency. So the fire department was comfortable with the one access. It might be something in the future as we're considering code updates that we could be a little more stringent on, that it seems to be an uncomfortable pain point. The one access where we could limit, 100 units on a one access before a secondary official access needs to be made. So I think there's room for improvement in the future, but we felt confident with the fire department's approval and look at this with his letter.
What about the one street that exceeds the 25 units? There's one cul-de-sac that exceeds 25 units, and our code says 25.
I could not speak on that at this time. I could take a look and give
Okay.
you
Is
another
that
answer.
addressed in that letter at all, or?
No, that item specifically is not here.
Okay. All right, we can circle back to all this stuff unless you guys have any more questions for her, and we'll let the applicant come up.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. Andrea Barlow with NES here representing the applicant. Just wait for my presentation to come up. Yes, I believe so. Okay. So the applicant is Elite Properties, but that is a land holding company for Classic Homes. So Classic Homes are the applicant, Falcon Commerce Centre are the landowner. And we have representatives from both those companies here. Tom Blunk is here representing Falcon Commerce Centre. Steve Schlosser is here representing Classic Homes. Myself from NES, we're the land planners and landscape architects. Cal Campbell is here from Classic Engineering. He's a civil engineer. And we also have online Brandon Wilson, our traffic engineer, and Michael Hankard, our acoustical consultant. So I think you're familiar with the property. It is the overall Falcon Commerce Centre property is on the west side of the highway, south of Baptist Road, and this is the southernmost portion of the property. So I just want to kind of do a recap on all the approvals to date on Falcon Commerce Centre. So we started back in August 2020 when the PD zoning and sketch PD plan were approved. At that time, it was called Plan Development in the old code. October 2020, we did the first phase preliminary PD site plan, which was the northern portion of the site where UPS currently is and the Quick Trip. Filing number 1 was quickly on the heels of that in December 2020 for utility and infrastructure improvements in that first phase. So that was the construction of Squadron Drive and the extension of Terrazzo. And then in January 2021, UPS Distribution Center final PUD plan and plat were approved. And then the Quick Trip gas station convenience store was approved in 2022 in February. After that, the Eagle Rock Warehouse Distribution Center was approved in June. And then shortly after that, in July, we came forward with the phase 2 preliminary PUD plan, which was the remainder of the sketch plan area. And that's part of where we are today within that preliminary plan for phase 2. And then more detailed plans came forward for infrastructure with the filing 2 final plat, which extended Terrazzo Drive and utilities underneath it to Jackson Creek. And then in May 2024, we came forward with the plat to extend Terrazzo Drive over Jackson Creek with associated utilities. And at that time, when we presented the filing 3 plat, we went into some considerable detail about the road cross section, about the crossing of the bridge, about the number of lanes and the fire access for this southern parcel, and the process we had gone through with the fire department to get their agreement on the cross section and the crossing of Jackson Creek. And then in January 2025, we came forward with the filing 4 PUD and plat for 2 industrial warehouse buildings, which was the penultimate industrial warehousing that was allowed, other than what was allowed on Area D still at that point. And then more recently in May, the Alpine Buick dealership final PUD. So we've been building on this project since 2020 with the process of getting sketch plan and zoning approval, preliminary plan approval, and then following up with PUD plans, final PUD plans, and plats that are consistent with the approved preliminary plan. So committed infrastructure improvements on the back of all that planning have been substantial, with water and sewer infrastructure being put in place by Forest Lakes Metro District. So on the back of the discussion you're having earlier on water, the water and sewer is provided by Forest Lakes, not by Monument. The filing 1 infrastructure was put in place, and that was included a mass grading of the site north of the creek. And you probably familiar now with the 9-acre full spectrum detention pond that serves the northern portion of Falcon Commerce Center. And then additional money was spent with filing 1 on payable to CDOT. Initially, it was intended to be a traffic signal at Terrazzo and Baptist, and that's what the contribution was based on. CDOT, as you're aware, subsequently changed their design to a roundabout. But that contribution was paid by not only Falcon Commerce Center, but also property on the north side of Baptist Road. Substantial amount of linear footage has been put into Terrazzo Drive and related utilities to take it first up to filing, up to Jackson Creek with filing 2, and then over Jackson Creek with filing 3. So just going back now to the approved PD sketch plan. So this is oriented the wrong way. So north is on the left-hand side of the plan. That was approved, as I noted, back in August 2022. Total area is 214 acres. It included everything in Falcon Commerce Center except the already approved and constructed pilot travel center. It proposed a mix of uses, including civic, commercial, industrial, institutional, medical, office, a residential, warehouse, distribution, and some open space, primarily around the creek. The area D, which is the area we're talking about today, at that time was permitted for civic, industrial, institutional, warehouse distribution, and residential use. That has always been identified as residential. At that time, it was identified for up to 350,000 square feet of non-residential, or up to 15 dwelling units per acre, which equated to 640 residential units. The anticipation at that point would be that it would be multifamily residential apartments up to 640 units with a permitted height for the entire sketch plan area of 100 feet. On the back of that, we came forward. I noted that the preliminary plan for the first phase was processed first, but we came forward with the phase 2 preliminary plan. At that time, we had considerable discussion with the town staff and the Save Monument Group and made various concessions, including removing the industrial uses from Area B and also limiting the extent of industrial square footage and limiting the building height, reducing residential density and clarifying some of the permitted uses. So as a result, per the preliminary PUD plan, Area D was revised in the range of uses that were permitted was still the same. It specifically in the permitted uses table identified only multifamily residential and reduced the density from 350 to 270,000 square feet of non-residential and the number of units down from 640 to 500. I will point out, because reference was made earlier by Jenna, and I will be making the same reference, that the traffic study that supported the preliminary PUD plan for phase 2 actually assumed the originally proposed 640 units and 350,000 square feet of non-residential, because this change, the reduction in density, came towards the end of the process. So as we were doing less than the traffic study had assumed, there was really no reason to make any changes there. We also reduced the height to 70 feet across the entirety of the phase 2 of this PUD. Both the sketch plan and the preliminary PUD plan, I think it's important to note, were deemed compliant with the town's comprehensive plan. And this is now the governing planning document for Falcon Commerce Centre. And the other thing I will note is that at the time, USAFA made very similar comments that they included in their comments on this current final PUD plan at the time regarding development in Area D. We made concessions at that point in terms of the uses and also the proposal of a buffer, a 50-foot buffer, as opposed for residential on that south boundary, as opposed to 25 feet if it were non-residential. And with those comments made by USAFA at the time, the town council, both for the sketch plan and preliminary plan, approved this plan. So these are the entitlements that are already in place on this property. We have not changed those other than our request to add single family residential and attached single family residential as an allowed use in addition to the multifamily. So I think you're familiar with what we're asking for: amendment to the PUD to allow, as I just said, attached and detached single family residential, and also a final PUD plan for Santa Fe Meadows for 205 residential lots. So just talking very briefly on the major amendment, what I'm going to show you now is the only change we're making. Okay, this is the only change we're making on the preliminary PUD plan. It currently says in the permitted use table, multifamily residential. We are changing it to single residential, single family, detached, attached, and multifamily. So we haven't actually changed the number of units that are allowed in the major PUD amendment. That will remain an option if, assuming this PUD gets approved today, the final PUD, obviously it will be 205 units. But the ability to do 500 units is still in the major PUD plan amendment. So here is our final PUD plan. Hopefully this is clear enough to distinguish some of the areas. We have 135 single family residential units in the kind of western three quarters of the property, And then on the eastern portion, we have townhomes. So there's 70 attached townhomes. Overall, the 205 residential lots represents a 59% reduction in the density that is permitted under the preliminary PUD plan. As I noted, that we're proposing single family lots as opposed to multifamily residential. This approval would also remove the ability to do any warehouse distribution industrial use in the southern portion of the property. A concern I know of the town has been the proliferance of that type of use. Maximum building height, rather than the 70 feet that is allowed, it will be 35 feet, which is fairly standard for a townhome. The single family residential will probably be slightly less. A 50% reduction in height that represents, and we are honouring the 50-foot landscape setback on the south boundary per the preliminary PUD plan. That is what it is at its narrowest point. As you can see, as it kind of wraps around the south boundary, we actually have much more than 50 feet in most places as that buffer. Parks and open space. One thing I want to mention here, we did meet with the Save Monument representatives early on in this process, and one of their specific concerns related to parks, and that we were providing adequate facilities for the future residents. So we are proposing in the kind of brighter green there a formal 1.35 acre park, which will have a playground, turf area, and shaded seating. And then in that central area, kind of where the curve of the road is, there is 1.92 acres of open space with which is a little bit more informal, just with native seed and some plantings and a trail. And then around the perimeter of the site, along the eastern boundary and along that entire southern boundary, which also includes an additional detention facility, stormwater detention, that is just short of 7.5 acres. As noted by Jenna, we have 2 proposed connections to the Santa Fe Trail. We are required to surface those with gravel, so there will be a transition from concrete trails in the community to the gravel trail, breeze trail of the Santa Fe Trail. On the south side, on the west side, we are proposing some adult exercise equipment adjacent to the trail access area. You can't really see it very clearly on this plan. And there are smaller amenity areas between the townhomes because they kind of face each other. For the front of the homes face each other, so they have a kind of greenway in the middle there. So they have effectively a front yard. And then access and parking, as noted, all the lots will have fully parkable driveways of 20-foot minimum. Most of them will be more than that based on the right-of-way width. All internal public streets are 50-foot right-of-way, and they do allow for on-street parking. That's for the standard residential on the kind of west part of the main spine road, which is called Santa Fe Meadows. The townhomes have narrow streets. They will be private. They're 30-foot wide, and they offer access. So the rear of the properties where the garages are, that will be for access to the properties only. The front of the homes provide the pedestrian access. And those will not allow any on-street parking, but there are parking areas provided in various points throughout that portion of the property for guests who might be visiting the townhomes. So a little bit about product here. There are a number of different products that are proposed in this development. The classic collection are the traditional 50-foot wide, 60-foot wide lots that you see in most communities. They have a range of single-story and 2-story homes with a range of sizes, significant range of sizes available, ranging from 2-bedroom all the way up to 6-bedroom, and with options for 2-car or 3-car garages. All product types, all products will include a variety of elevation options in different architectural styles, materials, and color schemes. And per Classics covenants, they will, and design guidelines, they have restrictions on the ability to put the same model, same design, color scheme next to each other. The Cadence collection is a slightly smaller lot, 40-foot wide and 100-foot deep. The sizes of the homes are a little smaller, 2-bedroom up to 4-bedroom. There is an option for a 1-car garage, but the majority of people do choose the 2-car garage. But as noted, the driveway provides adequate parking for a vehicle. And similarly, there will be a variety of options which are shown here, different color schemes and so on. The 25 collection, we've only got renderings because this is a brand new product. So it's a narrower lot, slightly smaller homes again, and 2 to 4 bedrooms with a 2-car garage option, and a similar variety in styles, materials, and colors. And then finally, the townhomes, a little bit more limited here. They're 3-unit and 4-unit buildings. Their sizes range up to 1,640 square feet, and 2-bedroom or plus a loft, or 3-bedroom plus a loft. And they have 2-car garages, all of them, and driveways, and they have 2 different elevation treatments per unit type, so a total of 4 elevation treatments within that smaller area on the east side of the property. Just wanted to run through what was, just as a refresher, what was approved under the preliminary plan and what we're proposing with this final PUD. So the permitted uses of civic, industrial, institutional, multifamily residential, warehouse and distribution. We are proposing single family, attached and detached residential, and the asterisk is there to point out at the bottom, that's assuming the major amendment to the preliminary PUD to add those uses is approved. Maximum height, 50% reduction there from 70 feet to 35 feet. We are meeting the minimum setbacks from the interstate and Terrazzo Drive. The internal lots, because they are single family lots, are per the approved final PUD plan. Setbacks, we are meeting the minimum setbacks, and as noted on that south boundary, there was an additional 20 feet, so up to 50 feet for residential uses. We are meeting that at its pinch point, but overall it's generally much further than that. And the parking is per the town's requirements on the PUD, and the minimum is 2 spaces per unit, which we are meeting with garages or garages and driveways for the 1 garage units. So here I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about USAFA considerations, because there were a number of questions about that earlier. So the concerns that USAFA expressed are on the left-hand column. I'll go through each of them as we talk. The recommendations are in the middle column, and how we responded. So just to clarify, we provided a detailed response, pretty much specifying what's in this right-hand column to USAFA as part of our response to the town's comments. So when we go through a review process with the town, we make our submittal, they send back their comments and all the review agency comments. We write a detailed letter back addressing all those concerns. In addition to this particular response, we also had a follow-up meeting with USAFA where they understood our concerns about the conservation easement given the existing entitlements on the property. This would have been a conversation to have a long time ago before this process had advanced as far as it has. That they also noted at that time, and I'll talk a little bit more about this, that they were having a training exercise. So we met with them, I want to say sometime in March, and they were having a training exercise mid-April, and we agreed to expand our noise study to include that training exercise. And I think it's fairly well recorded, the exercise, in the local press and so on. So I think pretty much most people were aware it was happening. So to go through these in a bit more detail, the compatibility with training operations at Jacks Valley and potential future use of Aardvark Field. That Aardvark Field was mentioned earlier. The Air Force Academy really had no clear direction as to if they would use it for anything other than it's already been used for. It's unused by their definition. It's a disused airfield right now. And whether they would use it in the future, and if they did, what they would use it for. So it's very difficult for us to assess an unknown. The Jacks Valley training operations, as I noted, we looked at that in more detail through that training exercise, and I'll go to the details of the noise report in a future slide. The 50-foot landscape buffer is met and generally exceeded in the preliminary PUD plan. Their other concern, which has been a consistent concern, not just with this development, but pretty much anything north and east of the Air Force Academy, is stormwater discharge. They have asked to review future final drainage reports and details of the detention pond construction and so forth, and the construction documents, and we've agreed to do that. They've reviewed the preliminary, but they will look at that in more detail. But we are proposing a sand filter basin in that southwest corner of the property, as I noted on the slide, which showed the site plan, and that will control. So their concern was about uncontrolled stormwater runoff. The sand filter basin will control the stormwater runoff so that it will mitigate downstream impacts. And that's a standard requirement with the drainage criteria, which we have to follow, which is the City of Colorado Springs drainage criteria. And it will be released at less than historic levels. So whatever levels they're experiencing now is going to be released at less than that. One of their repeated concerns is concerns about noise complaints from new subdivisions. So USAFA has experienced over the years people moving into the area, complaining about flights, training flights, and so on and so forth. So we, as a matter of course, we include a noise note on the property, on the plats, that will notify people that you're in a training area for the Air Force Academy. It's actually expanded beyond just the flying mission as to the training mission as well with this particular location, and that navigation easement will be recorded on the property. They also expressed concern about residents trespassing on the active training area due to safety concerns. There have been instances of trespassing, I think mainly on the northern boundary of the Air Force Academy. Kind of, I live near there and I didn't trespass, but I know that was a situation, and they put up a very big fence. But we have been working with Amy Kelly at the Air Force Academy. We met with Amy and Colonel Legaty to discuss their concerns. And we've had more recent conversations, and we can confirm that. We asked Amy if she was planning to come tonight, and she said, no, I don't think I need to. Yep. Well, they are satisfied with the cooperation they've received from this developer and the resolution of their concerns. And they asked for additional warning signs. We are continuing to, we put a note on the PUD plan about agreeing to those warning signs. We are working with them as to exactly what they're going to say or look like and where they should be located. And they also expressed increased ambient light from the development. This is a single family residential. It's not going to create significant light. It's just going to be I mean, there will be street lights, but they're all going to be, downward facing MVA standard lighting and just standard house lighting, which will be a lot less impactful than could be with an industrial development on this site or a multifamily residential development, which would have large parking lot lights. So this is far less light than could be with the development of this property. And so going to the noise concerns. So we initially prepared the noise report because the preliminary plan required a noise study for any residential development in this area. That was primarily to assess the impact of the I-25 and the railroad on the future residents. So as noted, though, in our subsequent meeting with USAFA, they noted their concerns about training events at Jacks Valley. And it came out through that discussion that there was one coming up in April at that time. So we asked our acoustic consultant to go out there and take additional noise measurements and evaluate the impact of that major training exercise. It wasn't a small one. It was one of their major training exercises. So just going over these in general terms, the noise levels from I-25, based on the site layout, the townhomes on the east side are angled, so they are sideways on to I-25, and there is a substantial setback and buffer. There's actually an additional property owned by someone else between this property and I-25. So the impact from I-25 and railroad on residential lots is below the county's standard. So not required, no mitigation is required because of those impacts. We looked at the Davis Field location, and that is the contour for that is substantial distance from this property, so it's not really impacting this site. In terms of the small arms range activities during the training exercise at Jacks Valley, there really wasn't any audible noise on the site during that operation for small arm activities. So the noise report says no mitigation is required as a result of that. And there is some suggestion that it might be in the blast area, the 130 decibel range for the maximum rated blast operations, but there was no audible blast operations on this site during that major training exercise. So while the blast operations were taking place during the exercise, nothing was audible on this site. So there is no recommendation from the noise report that there's no specific requirements due to that. Initially, they thought they might need to without having done the study during the training exercise, but once they did the study, they really didn't. Their opinion was that nothing really was audible from the training exercise on this property. As I noted earlier, the Aardvark airfield is close to air traffic currently on a regular basis, and it's only used for unmanned vehicles, and that's per the USAFA, and so we can't really assess a future use because we don't know what it's going to be. So going on to traffic now, I've already noted that what the levels of use were anticipated for the sketch plan and phase 2 preliminary plan. So we had traffic impact assessments undertaken at that point. The previous TIAs assumed a 2% growth factor, and from future development areas in the town for a conservative analysis. I've also noted about CDOT's design for the roundabout was changed from a traffic signal in November 2022, but that assumed all the original plan build out for this property. as well as other properties in the surrounding area. So we've come back in and done a traffic analysis for this particular proposed plan. Clearly, with the 59% residential density reduction, there is a substantial reduction in the trips that are generated from what we're proposing today versus what was assumed for the original traffic studies for this area, which was 640 units. So we're down to 204. So it's a significant reduction in traffic on Terrazzo, going from Terrazzo to the roundabout on Baptist Road. And all the roads in the area will not be impacted by this change. In fact, they will be probably positively impacted by a future use that could have been much higher. We talked, there were questions about the emergency access. So we talked to, when we came through with the Finding 3 plat to extend Terrazzo over Monument Creek, we had considerable discussions with the fire department. At that time, the design was changed from the bridge to a culvert, and the design solution was supported as they felt that the existing bridge was undersized for future development to the south, and even putting another bridge at the side of it, the existing bridge wasn't structurally sound enough to support the proposed traffic. So they approved the design of Terrazzo Road, which is shown on that inset at the bottom. And that is a road section that includes 2 travel lanes, 1 center turn lane, and 5-foot bike lanes on each side. So from the fire department's perspective, and I verified this with the fire chief before the planning commission meeting, that this will accommodate, from their perspective, 3 lanes of access for egress from the south portion of the property, while allowing for a contraflow of 1 lane for emergency vehicles to enter into the site. We also had discussions with El Paso County Parks Department about the use of the Santa Fe Trail for emergency access and emergency evacuation. And they said, yes, it can be used by emergency vehicles wanting to access the site, but also, if authorized by emergency vehicles, emergency services, if needed, it can be used to get residents out. So that is an available emergency vehicle access in the case of an emergency, which we all hope doesn't happen, but it does have options. Another factor to bear in mind, the fire district has purchased the property next to the Quick Trip on Squadron Drive for a new fire station. So there is going to be a fire station a very short distance from this property. So going to the final PUD criteria, consistent with the preliminary PUD, it's consistent in all respects other than the permitted use of only allowing multifamily residential. So we have asked for a concurrent major amendment to change that use to allow single family, detached and attached. Adequate access and circulation, and emergency access and bicycle pedestrian facilities. I've talked about the emergency access. It's been approved by the fire department. They consider that the overall fire risk of this area to be fairly minimal, given that the area has developed around it. Also, and this is per the memo that they submitted just before the planning commission. They also indicated that, the removal of existing vegetation and planting, irrigation, and so on and so forth will keep the fire risk down on this property. Our internal roads meet the town requirements and provide adequate circulation to accommodate emergency vehicles in terms of the width and the turning ratios, angles, and we have sidewalk and trail pedestrian connectivity throughout the development, including bicycle routes on the road to get people to the Santa Fe Trail access points. Building design has quality architecture and is compatible with the surroundings. I pointed out that there are multiple different types of architecture available for these residential units. They won't all look the same. They'll look some variety of colors, materials, and so on. And our landscaping will be xeric landscaping. The only kind of turf area is that formal park area, which is a very small portion of the property. Parking meets the town's requirements, and it fits in with the planned mix of uses as it is consistent with the planned mix of uses for residential on this site. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And I have others here who can answer them if I can't.
Start with you, Marco. You got questions?
I got a couple. On your timeline, you talked about the preliminary PUD was in August 2020, where area D, which
Yeah.
is what we're talking about. There was when the preliminary PUD was talked about,
Yes.
was if I understood you correctly, residential was going to be part of Area D from the beginning, correct?
From the very beginning, with the sketch plan approval, it was identified as just residential.
Just residential.
With
okay.
the preliminary plan approval, we included a table, as I showed you, of permitted uses. And at that point, we only identified multifamily residential because that was the intent at that time.
Okay. I read the USAFA comments, and there's a paragraph says in previous formal comments, May and August of 2020, to the town on the sketch plan for Falcon Commerce Center, we stated we would like to ensure that adjacent civilian land uses are compatible with their training operations. And you mentioned that it was not of interest to the developer to consider easement or what are they called? Conservation easements for this area, correct?
So yes, at that time, and bear in mind, this property was annexed into the town in 1980 and was zoned for industrial uses throughout. So it really was just the proposed residential and that southern portion that was of concern to USAFA. We discussed it with them at the time and we proposed the additional buffer. The subject of a conservation easement did not come up at that time. This correspondence that we received during this particular final PUD plan was the first reference to a conservation easement. So that suggestion had not been brought forward by USAFA. Their concerns related more to just a buffer and also, as I said, the drainage comments were the same, and the concerns about activities on Jack's Valley. But as I noted, we suggested that additional buffer, and that sketch plan and preliminary PUD plan were approved by the town with the knowledge of USAFA concerns at that time.
So these conservation, if I could tag on to you.
Yeah.
These conservation easements have become an issue of more recent times, long after
Mhm.
all this, started because of encroachment and degrading mission capability on military installations. That's why that program's out here now. And that's why I think it's, important enough. It begs a conversation to sit down and have a discussion about it. I know that the developers put a lot of time, effort, and money into this project. I get that. But if there is a potential that there's a program, if REPI is a program that could reimburse the developer for those costs, right? And preserve the mission of the United States Air Force Academy that trains our nation's warriors every day. Isn't that worth sitting down and having a conversation?
Well, we did have a conversation with USAFA about it, but like I said, I think the key point that I would highlight, I think you read out the criteria of it earlier, was a willing seller, and this seller is not willing because it has a property that's entitled for the uses that it's been through a very lengthy process to get to. And I understand the encroachment issue. It's come up on various projects I've worked on around Peterson Air Force Base and so on and so forth. And I think Peterson takes a slightly different opinion in that the
Right.
responsibility is as much on them to provide the buffers within their property and think about what they're doing on the perimeter of their properties. At
I
property.
think that's what they were trying to do with this letter.
Well, the property has been for sale in the past. I mean, and that the attitude of USAFA is very much, and some of the other bases is very much, we want to limit what you can do on your property instead of looking what we're doing on our very large property.
You
And-
realize this is the United States Air Force,
I
right?
do understand
Okay.
that, and they have buffers.
The attitude is just.
No, it's not.
beyond
It's not an attitude. They have a buffer on the east side of the highway. They have a substantial portion of land on the east side of the highway. I get asked frequently, what's happening with this? Why isn't that being developed? It's owned by USAFA. They had the foresight to purchase that property and create a buffer there. The responsibility of creating buffers is not necessarily on the property owners on the perimeter of the Air Force Academy. And I understand the conservation easement, but it does come down to being a willing seller. And if this conversation had been had much earlier in the process, then it might have been a different conversation.
It's not necessarily about selling a property. It's about creating a buffer, right? So the REPI program is not really DOD being interested in purchasing property.
Mhm.
They're interested in participating and partnering with other groups in the local community to create these conservation easements that are buffer zones. And the program is designed to compensate developers if need be. I'm just saying it's worth a conversation. I like this project. It's much better than the original plan.
Yeah.
Right? I think everybody agrees. with that.
And we're willing to.
But at the same time,
Yeah.
please allow me to finish.
Sorry.
I think at the same time, there was great concerns. The runway, for example, Aardvark Field, closed right now. A lot of us who did spend a lot of time in the military understand that those things can change on the
Certainly.
blink of an eye, right? The end of that runway is 1,600 feet from the roof lines that are 100 feet above where that runway is. How do you think that's going to work out? I mean, that runway, if it had to be used, is now it's not going to be able to be used with houses there.
Well,
and development
we had the discussion about the future use of the Aardvark
know.
airfield with, and they don't know, and they don't necessarily anticipate it being used as a permanent airfield again, but they could see it being used, for emergency landings and so on.
So let me read this from the letter. While Aardvark Airfield, located 0.3 miles south of the proposed Santa Fe Meadows development, is currently closed, this development presents safety and compatibility concerns for any potential future use. Department of War policy dictates that the zone located directly off runway ends must be free of all new development and incompatible land uses to protect public safety and military mission capability. As a result, this development could effectively provide or preclude potential future fixed-wing aircraft use at the airfield, which may impact future mission requirements. Additionally, in Aardvark's availability as an emergency landing area, the development may be in the direct path of approaching or departing aircraft. It's a very important paragraph.
It is.
To go beyond, although currently closed, and to read the rest of the paragraph is.
But there were a lot of mays in there. There were like a may every.
Again, it's the United States Air Force.
We can't analyze a maybe. We can't analyze a maybe.
No, you can't.
The DoD requirements for air protection zones are in place in the existing airfields at Peterson and so on. And so we're very familiar with those zones and the uses that can and cannot be allowed within those zones. And those zones are in place and established based on the use of the airfield as currently, not just potential, but as designed.
Sure.
Yes.
And again, what you're taking what could potentially be a usable runway in the future, and we're going to make it unusable.
Can we take this out of the military may for a moment? Let's just,
Yeah, there's a lot.
let's just do a little reality here. This is lovely. We're all saying, yeah, it's much better than it was. Let's address some of the mays that are involved in this. We're making assumptions that there will be signage, there will be fences, there will be deterrence to access to USAFA. I'm making the assumption that because you're building residential, you're going to expect humans to be in there in those little houses, right? Some of those humans aren't going to be as tall as we are. And those kinds of humans don't necessarily pay attention to signs, fences, or any of the above. All right, let's just say something happens and there is an accident. This council becomes a target for the public to say, you guys, you approved this and my kid is no longer here. So it's your fault. That's reality. That's not a maybe. That could well happen because we're dealing with humans and small humans. That, and I look at this and go, yikes. I mean, the proximity, that's my whole thing.
I understand that concern, and we are working with the Air Force Academy on what that looks like in terms of signage and fencing. I think it's important to bear in mind that there is a publicly accessible regional trail that goes not just along that northern boundary of the Air Force Academy between this property and their property, but all the way through the Air Force Academy alongside their training facilities and so on. So it's not a problem that we are dismissing, but it's a situation that already exists by the existence of the Santa Fe Trail, that the public are going to be, and we got information from El Paso County Parks Department about the usage on that trail. And it was a little skewed because of some construction work, but it's around 600 along that whole stretch up to Baptist Road, not to Baptist Road, up to 2nd Street. And it's a high usage trail. And I think there is some expectation that there will be people in the vicinity of the Air Force Academy that we can't control. We can do the best to, or when I say we, my client, the developer, can do the best to control the activities of the people living in that neighborhood, but they can't control people who are already using and accessing the trail.
Understand.
Santa, you got any questions?
Was looking at Google Maps just to see the proximity of the airstrip, I guess, the landing, whatever that, what did you call it? The runway, literally. My concern, I think this is beautiful. I think I've seen these homes before. As we know, classic is everywhere. That is not my dispute. Once this, if it's the proposal is approved and the developer does what he does, it's no longer his concern. It is upon us that live in the community that have to live with the decision of having neighborhoods. Literally, you've made a beautiful park, but in an area that I don't think is feasible. Again, just like you pointed out, if a kid sees a fence, they're gonna try to climb the fence. Like, the developer cannot control these issues that could arise. It's just very concerning to me.
I just want to clarify, and I can go back to this layout. The park is on the west side of the community, so it's not adjacent to that south boundary where, so the park is in that brighter green color. So the Air Force Academy is to the south, and so the park is to be in that northwest location adjacent to the west access to the Santa Fe Trail. And I will say that classic communities do not walk away from their developments. They stay involved. They run their HOAs. They control the design, the covenants, and just the continued operational aspects of the development. So they do not walk away from their communities. They own a lot of communities and keep involved through the HOAs, and ultimately they go to management companies, but they don't walk away from them. But on the other hand, I understand that you're saying that they are now homeowners within the town of Monument. And yes, so they are part of the town, just as everybody else in the town is. Yeah, USAFA has a fence on their side. Yeah. Yeah. And it's a wide trail. It's 50 feet wide, so it's not creating like a narrow corridor or anything, but it's a wide trail easement. Well, it's not an easement, it's a tract of land owned by El Paso County.
Runs on the west side like it does along Santa Fe trails, a lot of the communities and side monuments. So you do have some of those, where you need to pay attention to your children and make sure they're safe, as a lot of the existing communities do.
Switching gears a little bit. We're looking at a final PUD tonight too, and the stormwater report is final, right?
So there is a preliminary drainage report with this final PUD, and the final drainage report will come with the construction documents. So that will be reviewed in more detail by your town engineers. And also the Air Force Academy has asked to review that further. But you can see the kind of lines that are shown in that open space. That's the kind of structural elements of the detention pond.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, it is final. Sorry, final. But there will be further analysis, and especially with the soils report that was requested in relation to the detention pond.
I do want to go back to the REPI program and ask again, was there any substantive conversations, meetings with USAFA directly discussing the REPI program and the potential for land purchases for conservation easement? Did that ever happen?
There was discussion. I would say that we didn't actually really come to the any conclusion on it or any substantial discussions, but I'll let Tom talk.
Yeah, this is Tom Blanc. I'm the owner's representative with CP Real Estate Capital. I'll just add a little bit what Andrea said, and that this just came up recently. They didn't approach us in the past. We've had a number of discussions about development of the property and stormwater concerns, and we've always expressed to them that if you'd like to buy more land, have more buffer, you could do that. The answer was they weren't interested. I do understand that things change over time. On our end, what changed is we've spent millions of dollars to put infrastructure in to get to this land, to develop it. And it's just, it's come very late in the game. We have done a conservation easement up by Forest Lakes, about 200 acres. And I do know from that process, it takes years to get the appraisal done before you can actually get it done. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
What type of warnings or notices are you going to provide to potential buyers?
So there is
this area.
There is a standard. Basically, it's what the USAFA letter states. They've asked us to put in there is their standard notice. So we put that on the plat, and then that is provided in the deeds to the homeowner when they're purchasing the property, but it's also on the plat. So I can't remember verbatim what it is, but it warns of the fact that it's a training area for USAFA Academy participants. It is also, this one's expanded to reference the Jacks Valley training activities and so on and so forth. So it's quite substantial note that's put on the plat, and also on the like I say, the sales deeds.
Thank you.
On-site dialogue, even with the meeting with Colonel Leggety. So Amy's supplying us, she's checking with our security team how that would be presented and what the wording is
wording is, so it's a little stronger. It would have more of the Department of War's wording on there and advisement and everything. And like there's 2 fences there that we plan on keeping in Cape. I mean, there will be access to the Santa Fe Trail in 2 points as people can come through that community too and access the trail, but the fences will stay in place. All the yards are fenced too, so the kids will be contained in the yards if they're young enough to wander on their own. Of course, kids on bikes, they're gonna go do things, as we know in the town of Monument, we see it all the time, they're gonna do it. But there are 2 fences that help with that from the open spaces.
I'm not so concerned about kids wandering. Kids wander. I'm Gen X. We wandered everywhere. How I'm alive today, I'm not quite sure. But I'm more concerned with having lived next to military bases most of my adult life. I'm more concerned with the noise but also the low flying aircraft because if you don't specify that, they're going to get a rude awakening. I don't mind. In fact, I taunt the Thunderbirds to tell them if my windows aren't rattling, they're flying too high. But that should, hopefully that's part of what the USAFA gives you, because I watch the training events from my deck, and I've seen the helos, and they're 50 feet, 100 feet off the ground. So when they're doing training exercises, that they're not messing around. Anyway, that was my main thing.
Absolutely. And as a lot of us that live in Monument, we are very familiar with game day.
Yeah.
One of the things that Ms. Kelly gave us was exact training exercises time. There was some jets that flew over during that time, and we did an advanced noise study with the equipment out there for 3 days during that. And we will put that in the covenants as well, so that carries with the home.
Okay.
From owner to owner. So it's just not upfront on the plat, the PUD, it's in the covenants, so it goes along with them.
Okay. I will say I'm very, very concerned, set aside the field, the aardvark field. But I also, in some ways, I also think, USAFA had since 2020 an opportunity to address this if they really wanted to. I mean, I am concerned. Like I said, I live next to Fort Bragg. My windows would crack. I replaced the windows at least twice, and I was several miles away from artillery, but they're not doing artillery here. But my point being, they're gonna the first folks living there are gonna have a fun time the first couple training exercises or training rotations that they have there. So, but I get your point. They've known this since 2020, and at some point they kind of have to come out and say, "Hey, remember that thing you talked about last year? Yeah, we really need to talk about that because we're concerned." So, to me, it's a two-way street, and I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
Well, I think a couple other things to keep in mind. The Air Force Academy is not the only thing that generates noise in that area. If you're familiar with the sites, you have I-25, which was strategically laid out the community with townhomes to buffer that, and then the train. And a lot of people that live in Monument deal with the train as well. So there's several things. A lot of things are face value for somebody going into the purchase process, and we'll disclose it as well at the point of sale and through the covenants. The other thing to keep in mind is the reduction in height. So if you put 500 apartments in there, 3 stories, that height is going to be quite a bit greater than what we're proposing for as single family units as well.
It's a nice development, and like I said, I'm very, very pleased to see 200 units versus 600. So I do appreciate that. So thank you for that. And it looks like it's going to be a very nice development. It's just, yeah, like I said, my concern is USAFA, but if USAFA really had concerns, the general would have picked up the phone and said, "Let's chat," but they didn't. as far as I know, so.
I'd like to verify that. That's the only point I'm trying to make. I'd like to verify that.
They certainly knew about the hearing, and I think both the town contacted them, we contacted them, and they generally don't participate in hearings. But
Letter would suffice. Yeah.
a
that's the thing.
letter, and yeah,
I agree. They've had plenty of time, but we haven't heard from them. All we have is a letter from them that is a very serious letter, in my opinion. And I would just like to verify that.
Yeah, we responded to their concerns, and we did the additional noise analysis. They received the additional noise analysis, and they didn't provide any additional comments. They generally don't. They make their initial comments and stop at that, and then wait for us to respond. But yeah.
We had a really cool president. His name was Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
Very famous for saying trust but verify.
Yeah.
Is Ken online?
Ken, are you there?
Right.
I should have asked them to questions.
Yeah. Will, do you see Ken online?
He just let me know that he just needs to be able to speak.
Evening, team. How do you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Kimple. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you fine. So let me try to one, paint a picture, and two, just bring up some concerns that I have. You're talking about how USAFA had an opportunity and chance to do things in the past. But there's also what's called land use compatibility, where there's supposed to be a 2-mile buffer from an installation and the surrounding community. I've already brought up about the BASH program and the concerns about having a conservation easement. But let me speak first about the Aardvark runway. It is currently being used for UAS, UAV operations that consist of 40 to 60 pound UAS type vehicles. I would assess that with this development, which I appreciate it's decreased in density due to the proximity, if the UAS goes lost link, which we've had as an airfield manager, we've had that done with ours. The concerns are the vehicle's going to crash somewhere. And a 40 or 60 pound vehicle that's airborne, 1,000 or so feet dropping into a home would be a moderate, at least a moderate risk assessment. Futurity of UAS systems, they're going to increase, and that airstrip is going to be continue to be used. At some point in time, there may even be an MQ-9, which is a Gray Eagle type aircraft, and if they do, they are going to have to do what's called a AQs study, which is an air installation compatibility use zone, because in the APZ-1 and APZ-2, which is the accident potential zones off the end of the runway, do go into this this proposed development, since it's only 1,600 feet away. I am concerned about the stormwater and catchment ponds. The light emissions, regardless, would affect the air installation for aircraft as they go and land down at the airfield. I'm also concerned about the EMI, the electromagnetic interference that this is going to create from the homes with the piloted and manned aircraft and the radio transmissions. Again, because we're not honoring the 2-mile buffer. I can talk about the flight path and flight corridor, or the flight tracks, if you will, and that's going to present low-flying aircraft. Helicopters are going to go up and use that Aardvark runway and also go into Jacks Valley. And that's not just A-64 Apache helicopters that are kind of considered small or light. You're going to have H-47 and H-53 Sea Stallions, which are going to rattle not just the windows, but the homes because of how large they are. So the aircraft noise. My real concern is Jacks Valley. 30,000 cadets, soldiers, and Marines, including special forces, local law enforcement, federal and state agencies, use this area for training, including helicopters, small arms fire, and they use pyrotechnics. One of the concerns, which I can't find online, and I would have to get clarification from Amy, is their safety range fan for their small arms firing area. It's also called the surface danger zone or direct fire zone. Sorry to say that, you're going to have different agencies and cadets firing small arms down there. And, here's my side note. Maybe they're not good shots and I'm worried about those bullets straying. That's why they have what's called the safety range fan, which is usually thousands of feet away. Or if they have to create more berms to help protect that. And I just don't know what direction the small arms um, area is, and then the safety fan. So I know Andrea talked about, some of the FAA, it's called the imaginary surfaces, is what, in the Davis field is far enough away. Basically, if you go 20,000 feet off the runway end, from where that's at, that's not really concerned, but there is going to be low flying aircraft because of the flight paths going to the flight corridors to go up and around Monument over to Woodmore and Colorado Springs is in that area. But those are some of the concerns that I would really like to hear from Amy, coming from USAFA, if they've have looked at that, because I'm worried about what was brought up before was the potential of if this is approved and then something happens after the fact and they start doing an investigation and they ask the whys and whatnots. I just want to make sure we get it right and we're being good stewards of our surrounding communities. That's what I'm looking to apply and do. I know I have some concerns about the roadway, um, about the widths of the roadways to get emergency vehicles in and out and the evacuation routes as well. And then I'll turn it back over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. So I have pretty much all the same concerns. And by the way, I'm not trying to figure out a way to do anything to this project because I like the project. And it's certainly much better than what the area is zoned for right now. But a lot of these questions are directed at USAFA, and we don't have USAFA here. Because I assume some of these things, like I assume that single family homeowners are going to complain more than somebody in a warehouse space about noise, and someone in an apartment, because the apartment owner or the apartment dweller is going to just move someplace in a year when his lease is up. Even though I know they're going to sign all these disclosures that say that that there's an issue. 35, 40 years ago lived in Southern California by El Toro Marine Base, and those jets would rattle everything inside the house. And you signed disclosures, but you had no idea that it was going to be that bad. I don't expect that's going to happen here, but still. We have a 2040 plan coming up. And they also cited that in here. That says among the most important land use considerations is proximity to the airfields. Careful study has gone into ensuring adjacent development is not impacted by regular flight patterns and the intensive aerial operations associated with the academy. Future land use planning and the Monument 2040 comprehensive plan must take this into account. Of course, that hasn't been adopted yet, but this, is a change of use. So I would like to address that part of it. The area will have more impervious surface than it would with the allowed uses. And we have been fighting, trying to figure out how to not harm USAFA anymore, since they just spent $15 million on creek issues from stormwater runoff. So we have the stormwater runoff, and then in addition, we have these other houses that run through the sanitation plant, and that goes downstream as well. I get it, it's 200 instead of 500, but it's 200 with also use by right for ADUs in the backyard. So potentially it could be more than that. The way I look at this now, and I wish USAFA was here, and I'm going to try to figure out a way that we can do this, because the last thing I want to do is sit up here and vote against this project. I want to figure out how we can make this work. But I'm not comfortable with them not being here to ask these questions directly, because the uses that are granted on this property right now implies that there's approximately 60% open space. You have 279,000 square feet of warehouses or whatever on 43 acres. You have 500 apartment units that are going to be probably 24 plexes-ish, which takes up like 6 acres of land plus parking. And that leaves 25 plus acres of space there that buildings could be moved around to create a clear zone if needed for this airstrip. So I guess what I'm saying is what's best for Monument might not be best for USAFA. But I would really like to have this conversation with someone before we make a vote, and then we can't take any of this back.
Right.
I also, this is a minor point, but there's a zillion uses on this. But yeah, we're going to add 2 more uses, but we're not taking any more of the other uses away. I would want, if we go forward with this, to eliminate everything that's non-residential, just for future, if, something happens to all these houses. I mean, it's rare, but and that's a minor point. The Santa Fe Trail. I've actually driven on the Santa Fe Trail with people from USAFA, not me personally, but it's one way. So if that's an emergency exit and also an emergency entrance, there's going to be a conflict with fire trucks for sure coming down there. Was there any talk, because this is one access point going in, is there any talk that these buildings needed to be fire sprinklered by the fire department, or did they say that wasn't necessary? I'm not trying to create extra problems. I'm just looking at, since we have right now a big wildfire in the south, and so it's on everybody's mind. And there are a lot of questions that you're standing up here ready to answer, I can see.
I can answer a whole bunch of them, but I guess the elephant in the room is that Amy Kelly's not here.
Right.
Amy Kelly has told us, because we have actually gone back and forth as a department, as the development group, we've gone back and forth and actually spoken to Amy Kelly and her team. Amy Kelly cannot be here tonight. It's just requires way too much red tape for her to come to a public meeting like this and to speak out. And she has used those words with us. I don't think you'll ever get a letter from the U.S. Air Force Academy saying, yes, everything's been addressed.
But we've received these same type of comments for multiple developments and along Old Denver Road, as far north as Connexus. They're very similar. So I don't know if even if we were to come back at the next meeting, I don't think we'd have anything. We wouldn't be able to go any further than we have as your staff addressing the issues that U.S. Air Force Academy that you're concerned about for the U.S. Air Force Academy. Fire department, they have reviewed the site. Chief Bradley is, or Chief Jonathan Bradley is taking a look at this, and he has signed off on it. He's met with them. He's made sure that it is safe. I can assure you that that is John's prime. That's what Jonathan does. That's it. That's his focus. He spent a lot of time. I even called him personally and questioned him because I wanted to make sure that we weren't creating a dangerous situation. And the Monument Fire District is supportive or at least understands that they have addressed the issue by the width of terrazzo entering into this area.
Get an email from Chief Bradley? Like,
No, we do it. We have a letter in the file that shows that they've accepted the plans that have been submitted. So we, just like we have our town engineer who has reviewed the plans for stormwater management to make sure that it's actually an improvement to that watershed. To a lot of hours spent with the developer making sure that their site is developed in a manner that reduces and controls stormwater flow on the site. So we've done a lot of this. But I cannot address your concerns specifically about the practices on the U.S. Air Force Academy. That's just not our expertise, and I cannot get the U.S. Air Force Academy to come to this meeting and share their to address those issues directly with you either.
Well, now that you've heard a lot of the concerns, very specific concerns, is it possible to go back to USAFA, to Amy, whoever, to get a letter that addresses each of those specific concerns?
I think you're going to get a similar letter from them in each case, just like we have on other developments that still outline their basic concerns about any development that occurs adjacent to their property or in proximity to their property. We are not going to get a letter from them saying that you've addressed them to their satisfaction.
Well, but again, I watched the hearing for the Schriever Air Force Base stuff, and there was 2 colonels, 2 consultants that came there from Schriever. And they had a dialogue back and forth. I mean, can we not get someone to represent? I feel like I'm flying blind here. And I really don't look. These bases bring in billions of dollars into our economy, and they train our fighters that defend our country. The last thing I want to do is harm that mission. And if it's harming it this much, that's one thing. And if it's harming it this much, that's a different story. And I just need somebody from there that we can stand in front of and have a conversation.
We're willing to try. I mean, we're willing to invite them and see if we can get them here. The general, we did have a general. I got to make sure I use the right. Steve, was it
Colonel.
No, but we had Colonel.
Colonel.
We had a colonel. Okay, I just want to make sure I get the titles correct. We had in addition to Amy Kelly and the rest of our planning team, we did have a colonel at one of our meetings. So they are aware of the project. They're aware of the seriousness to move forward by the developer. But yet they weren't at the planning commission meeting and they weren't here. So if it were high enough on their concern level, they would have found a way to make it here. Now, with that said,
I have to disagree, Dan. It doesn't work like that.
Well, but we could do what we can to try to bring them here. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
As far as wishing that you had a representative here and a response to their comments, in my estimation, their original comments, the first comments that they gave that were pretty extensive, they followed with a list of specific recommendations. And in the review agency of that, reviewing these, the applicant has met each and every one of these recommendations, less the request for the conservation easement. And it doesn't list that here as a strong requirement or request. It's, we would like to have a discussion. I think it would be valid to say that that discussion could occur more. But as far as wanting additional discussion and representation from USAFA, I think the applicant meeting each of these detailed recommendations was satisfactory to me in that case. So
Well,
I just
except
wanted to
that
highlight that
conversation tonight brought up some things that weren't addressed.
as
And that's
well.
the point.
Yeah, and I did, I phone called Miss Amy Kelly and invited her this evening just to be sure if she was available or could come, that she couldn't. And of course, she was not able to. We'll reach out again if needed.
I would also point out that the folks you saw from Schriever, they attended because they wanted to be there in the sense of it was high enough on their visibility that they wanted to be there. I would say this is a function of if this was of really extreme concern to them, they would have shown up.
By the way, I appreciate that.
Because for the Schriever piece, it was a concern of theirs, and so they showed up in force, right? I don't speak for the Academy. I don't speak for the United States Air Force. I'm not a spokesperson. I just know that having been in similar conversations to where, hey, we probably should really send someone there because I'm not keen on this. There's someone with lots of stuff on their shoulder that says, you need to go there and tell me what happens. And so I won't push back on if we can get someone here from the Academy to answer our questions, or if we can send questions to them that they can answer back via email. But also at the end of the day, this is not a surprise to the Academy. They've known this in their second response. They also mentioned that they had a response in May and August of 2020. So this has been on their radar since 2020. If it really was a concern of theirs, and it would have stayed on their radar. I just think.
But we're sitting here as Monument Council.
Sure.
And we're doing our due diligence to protect the town of Monument. And if USAFA doesn't want to or wants to, we still have to poke the bear, so to speak.
Yeah.
To make sure we've covered our bases.
I think it's this letter that they sent is quite serious, in my opinion. It talks about mission degradation and things of those sort. And I think at a minimum, it's not fair for them to send a letter like that and then not show up or give us any input. So I'd be leaning towards it. Don't forget there's a public meeting we have to do.
Yeah.
I really want to make a motion, but so we can move on with the night. But I just think we should give them at least one opportunity to show up and provide their opinion and satisfaction as to what the amenities that the developer gave them. And if they don't show up, like we said, we all like the projects.
Okay. All right.
I won't jump the gun.
Yeah, I'm not averse to that. So anyway.
If I could address two things when it's appropriate. I was coming up to address something from Mr. King, but to your point that you brought up and that Mr. Smith is speaking to, I mean, the conversations with Classic and their team have been going on for months. And the town has been a part of some of those conversations. So it's not like there hasn't been real engagement. There has in this particular case, as there has in the past on stormwater, which is what I want to come up and speak to for Mr. King. On the stormwater topic, again, we have a centralized detention system, full spectrum. It holds the water, releases it at less than historic rates, which is the standard out there. And the Air Force Academy applied that same standard to themselves when they did the Hotel Polaris and the visitation center. So we're not doing anything different that they're doing. We're meeting all those same standards, and they've claimed mission critical items with respect to stormwater in the past as well. I'm not saying that they didn't mean it or whatever, but we've always been taking that very seriously. But again, they held themselves to the same standard we do on stormwater. So at least want to speak
And
to that.
unfortunately, you're the end of the line.
Yeah, true. I mean, we're the
So-
closest target.
So when everything comes downstream and doesn't get caught by all the other people that didn't engineer their detention ponds and ends up in yours, that's why, particularly for me, Falcon Commerce Center has been mostly on my radar for that, just because there's no other place downstream. So
Yes.
that's why I always bring it up.
It's true. It's a huge watershed issue. It's 20,000 acres or whatever. And,
Right.
and the light kind of gets shined on us, but it's really water coming down Jackson Creek. Our
Agreed.
section of Jackson Creek looks great on the property. It looks really nice. We did have to put we didn't have to, but USAF had asked us early on in the development to put in I call it a head wall or a cut wall to prevent erosion as it comes up from the other side of the railroad tracks. That's really where it's, works its way upstream. So we spent extra money to do that. We thought it was a legitimate concern. We didn't have to, but we thought it was a good thing. And that's continued to preserve our property in the way that that creek looks and functions. So.
Okay, thank you.
Andre Barlow again. I did want to respond to a couple of the questions from Councilmember Kimple and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm probably not going to talk about much of the USAF's comments that were made because I can kind of feel where we're going with this. So I want to concentrate. The one thing that was made, a comment was made about a 2-mile buffer. I mean, I think it's clear that USAFA and all the installations in Peterson and Fort Carson don't have a 2-mile buffer around them. There is residential development, there is commercial development, there's industrial development right up to the boundary of all the installations. The 2-mile buffer, maybe there is a 2-mile buffer for notifying the facilities, the military bases, of proposals within that 2-mile area. There is a 2-mile notification buffer, but I'm not aware of a 2-mile development free buffer. And I think it's clear just looking at the Air Force Academy on the south side, there is development immediately adjacent, and there is even on the north side, the Hay Creek area, it's right next to the boundary, even though it's lower density. So there is and all around Peterson on the north side, and also the Fort Carson as well. But to the question about more impervious surface with this development than would be the case with, if that's what I heard you say, that this would have more impervious surface than the currently allowed land uses.
Correct. That's what I was going to say.
That is not the case because a 600, even 500 apartments, if you're looking at about 15 acres-ish for 200, you're going to be up to 40 acres very quickly for a large apartment complex with vast amounts of surface parking for the residents. And similarly with a large industrial warehouse, you're going to have, it's going to be surrounded by parking, loading bays, circulation area. So the impervious surface for a warehouse, distribution center, or any type of industrial or apartments is going to be significantly greater than for a single family residential. You have the lot with the home on it, and then they've got yard space, and obviously we've got a substantial amount of open space. I think it totaled close to 10 acres of open space around the development. So there's a lot more landscaped areas and so on and so forth.
No, and I understand your point, but like Eagle Rock is 250,000 square feet plus the 10,000 square foot building in the back, and it's like 16 acres.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, look, this is all engineering stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I was only making the point just because we're dealing with USAFA's issues, and it's a target for me every single time, just because I've been down there and I see all the money that they spend, and they're constantly asking us for help. So I'm just trying to do whatever I can to help them out.
And I've been on the same tour with USAFA, and I think a lot of their erosion issues that they've had is from historic developments that didn't have the stormwater criteria that are now in place. And so all the developments that are coming forward, and we've met many times with Amy Kelly and her whole team, engineering team, to discuss that in this building, with regard to the Falcon Commerce Center. And I remember a meeting we had, must be 4 years ago now, easily, if not longer, but where they kind of just wanted to be kept up to speed with, or understand where Falcon Commerce Center was in the progression. This is when we were going through the preliminary plan, so about 2022, 4 years ago, yeah. So, because they commented on the sketch plan, and now we're coming forward with the preliminary plan. So they were not understanding how the two related to each other, because they thought they were kind of done with their comments. And now we're coming forward with individual final PUDs. So they're seeing it again at a more detailed stage.
Sure. And I know we have IMEG sitting in the back here.
Yep.
And I know they do a great job for us, making sure that everything is as it should be. So I feel pretty
They set
comfortable
a high bar.
with them, which we didn't have
They're tough
before.
cookies.
So it's nice to have, our own people to verify.
Okay.
Andrew, it does too. Just one point, this is outside the context of what we're talking about, but just as recently as 2023, we had major damage to Dirty Woman Creek and Teach Out Creek and No Name Creek, largely due to development over on Jackson Creek Parkway. So it still does happen, and that may have been partially our fault, but it's not completely historical. It's still happening now. That's why we're so concerned about it.
Okay.
Yeah, we just started. All right. Sure.
Been extensively involved with Jonathan Bradley on the site and former chief Bob Harvey, even the recent meeting today. So currently that's in the WUI classification 2. With meeting with them today, they see that based on the fuels, especially from the Academy, which is more of a natural ponderosa forest. So you have anywhere from 16 to 20 feet between trees with large grass areas. And in one reference, so it's more of a park than a forest on that southern boundary. And with USAFA's wildland mitigation in that area, they are looking to take the whole site to classification 1. Just so you're understanding, they're ready to drop the classification from 2 to 1, which changes a few componentries there. A lot of what we do today with our homes and hardiness structures already meet class 2 with symmetrical siding, stucco, those type of things. Vinyl fences are proposed on this site. And then far as the Santa Fe Trail, we pursued that with the county. That wasn't something that Jonathan wanted us to pursue. And here's the letter if you guys don't have it.
We don't have anything from the fire department.
Yeah, so this is given any commission directly from addressing the egress of the one egress entrance. So what we said is, hey, is it the possibility to use the Santa Fe Trail? So we reached out to Ross at El Paso County, and he said, absolutely. So with that, Jonathan's comment is, we don't need that. And to be truthful with you, Steve, if there's a fire, we're going to figure out how to go wherever we want to go. There's nothing going to stop us, right? And with the southern boundary, we have the 50-foot buffer that only touches a few of those lots. One of the things that he's looking at with that all being natural grass, you have the Santa Fe Trail, 30-minute back burn up against there if there were a fire in that area is the comments that he made. So just to kind of go through the fire side of things, it's in class 2 in the WUI with Rubicon, Wildfire Solutions, and Jonathan Bradley. They think this should be a class 1, realistically. So is it a problem? Sure. Every community is a problem, right? But is it a major problem? No. And that's where the comments came from him with the Santa Fe Trail, creating the buffer, the grasslands around that area, and what originally is put in with the infrastructure when it was 500 apartments would even create more vehicle traffic trying to get out of there without the access to the trail being approved.
Sure.
So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. This is the public hearing. So do we have anyone from the public that'd like to come up and speak for or against this? Seeing none. Oh, there's one. Come on up.
He's not a nun.
I missed that one.
Don't forget.
Yeah.
Oh, my name is Keith Klein, and I'm chairman of the Colorado Defense Alliance. Spend time working all over the state of Colorado with all of our installations, the Air Force Academy and all of its leadership included on issues of this type. I was present at the El Paso County hearings you're making reference to where the commander showed up. Please make note it was the commander who showed up. And by and large, they stuck to their letter because the letters have been vetted by their legal, right? So they get boundaries, they get barriers, they get uh, guards as well. In any event, I'm so grateful we've got professionals like Classic and NES involved here. This could be going very differently. I appreciate the diligence that they put in, but we work the Colorado Defense Alliance to do this kind of work at the local level, as painful as that is sometimes, and then again, the state legislature and at the federal legislature and Congress as well. We appreciate you providing USAFA that 2-mile statutory notice that they are entitled to, and it is a statutory notice. Wish it was a buffer from my personal perspective as a veteran, but it's not. We have achieved through our work a designation for Schriever Space Force Base as a sensitive base, which extends in a 100-mile radius of Schriever, certain protections against foreign investment in particular, which hasn't even come up tonight. And that's a great concern, and how developers can deal with that and how communities can deal with it after the fact. Once it's too late, it's a challenge. You just have to read up on it a little bit, but it's a challenge. Please understand that the Academy alone fields between 80 and 100 such requests, statutory requests per year, between 80 and 100, just the Academy. So when you talk about how quickly they can respond to any given one of them, or how, given that the entire, from Highway 25 literally to the western boundary of their fence line is virtually all in some stage of development by some. They are answering these as fast as they can get to them. They have to prioritize them based upon what the alligator that's closest to the door kind of situation. So don't feel left out here. They have some, and we're making headway with some. And it's not, I can speak extensively about conservation easements. REPI program is me. We bring those things to the table. The Air Force Academy has gone to the trouble of building that program for themselves, which causes their commander to establish their priorities, to identify their concerns, and then establish priorities. At that point, it gets handed off largely to the conservation community, of which I'm a teammate, a community teammate, and they are the ones in conjunction with that base that will do the bidding and whatnot. It's not always purely a sale. It's not always purely an easement. Sometimes it's a combination of the two, but yes, the parties have to be willing. To not hear it, I think is a big mistake. And Councilmember Smith, I think your point about that meeting needs to be held is absolutely true. Even if just one party or the other stonewalls the other, they had their opportunity to either receive a gain from these federal dollars that we fight hard to get in the millions of dollars, or to reject the plan. USAP, as recently as today, remains concerned about potential future loss of potential future use of that airfield. That is not going to go away, right? It's a situation where if they were to do the kinds of flight operations they like or can envision might someday be possible there, it would be unsafe for the people doing that flying, and it might be unsafe for the people living in this community, just given that close proximity. It's just a given. It's a given. So we'll have to make a decision on what we're going to do. Are we going to give them the latitude to do what they want to do, or whatever the situation calls for? Many people don't realize the Academy is growing, not physically, but this talk about the Space Force doubling in size potentially the next 10 years, that calls for a lot of extra Space Force officers, virtually all of whom get trained at the Academy. We still have the same requirement to feed the Air Force, the same number of Air Force officers every year, with the now additional requirement to field these Space Force officers. There are about 100 of them, about 10% of the class, give or take, so far has been Space Force officers. Now with the increased funding and the growth of the Space Force, that number will escalate. So the use of Jacks Valley, the use of the firing ranges, which for your information are oriented largely to the west. There is a range fan, as Mr. Kimple talks about it. We've talked about that ad nauseum in other venues. The lights from a community like this, I spent in my military career flying almost always at night. Lights are a challenge. They shut down your goggles. They literally shut them off, right? So is effectively blinding you. So potentially, so all of these things are legitimate concerns. They are legitimate concerns. Nothing I've read in the letter, nothing I've heard from them is out of bounds, is outside the ordinary. And the reason it sounds familiar, it sounds almost boilerplate, is because it's all true, and it's true for all these different situations. I don't care if we're talking about Fort Carson or we're talking about Schriever. To your point about Peterson handling it a little differently, we have 5 bases in the region, 3 of whom have standing REPI programs. Peterson and its sister unit there at Cheyenne Mountain do not have a standing REPI program. They have to behave differently. Their rules are different. Until they have a standing program, they won't be able to benefit from those federal protections. If you read in the Colorado Springs Gazette just 10 days ago about Sentinel lands, that is an award we have achieved at this state as a result of being high achievers in the REPI business. You don't get a Sentinel landscape unless you are a nationally recognized success at REPI. And nobody's better at it than USAFA, and nobody is better in the Department of Defense at their job than Amy Kelly. But it's unrealistic to expect that Amy can come here and answer the kinds of questions you're asking. She is bound by the lawyers. Her commander would be bound by the lawyers. And I would not be surprised to get a commander out here to talk, but you know, they will have guardrails. And the point they made at the onset of this conversation tonight was we kind of have to stand by what's in the letter. They put a lot of thought into that. They get it vetted by their legal department. So please just be realistic about what they can and cannot do. And aardvark is an issue at just 1/3 of a mile away, about 1,600 feet. Safety, conservation easements, I think maybe I've mentioned, come in many different forms. It's not a wildlife refuge as you might have thought. It could be, but it's generally not. It's about buying protections, driving what uses are reasonable or can be allowed and what uses can't. Drones have only come up in one context tonight, but if you follow the news, especially with what's happened the last 5-6 years in Ukraine, it's a serious problem for our installations all over the country, How do we as a communities help protect it? Because their jurisdiction begins at the fence line. And if we have allowed something or created a situation where something can get to their fence line in 1.5 seconds at 60 miles an hour, we've created a problem for them. So all of these things are realistic challenges that have to be addressed. And oh, by the way, the only way to fight those things from the base or with kinetic effects, think shotguns, mortars, missiles, kinetic, electronic, magnetic weapons, which you don't want to be on the receiving end of. Think Havana syndrome and the like. There is no easy way to do that with a community on the other side. And we're dealing with that at every installation in the country. It's not just here in Colorado. And I'll wrap up here just a second. So anyway, I could answer some questions if you'd like, maybe about the REPI program, the mechanics of it. I too don't speak for USAFA, but I speak on the behalf of bases all around our nation, frequently called to other states to do exactly that because of the success we've achieved and are achieving here. So anyway, any questions, I'd be glad to answer them to the extent I can.
Kevin, you said that you help facilitate
Keith,
I'm sorry, Keith. You help facilitate the REPI program, or
we help bring it here in the first place. And part of the reason you've seen such change in the last 6-7 years at USAFA, a lot of that's driven by personality of Amy Kelly, frankly. A lot of it is, just in full disclosure. The other part of it is the their initiation of this REPI program and putting in the work. And they reevaluate that on an annual basis, right? On an annual basis, they reprioritize based upon who's made progress. It's like a fairground horse race, right? They, who's ahead, and they have to adjust accordingly. But they're thoughtful people. None of us is against development. We're all for responsible development. We understand that it's necessary. I'm a real estate broker 40 years, for crying out loud. So I understand the importance of it and appreciate it and respect what our developers have invested. It's huge. I've been boom or bust here myself about 5 times in this community since 1977. So in any event, any other questions I can be helpful with? We do the conservation team, by the way, indicates to me that they have reached out to the developer, and that's a big term, on a couple of occasions, looking for an opportunity to engage in these conversations. And I would encourage you, even if you don't consider yourself a willing seller, that it's not all about selling something. And it's worthy of the conversation. Many of the questions that have come up tonight could be answered in that less than public meeting setting. 1 or 2 of you, I don't know what the rule is, open sunset laws, but in any event, would be perhaps welcome at those, but it's fully transparent. We have accumulated a lot of dollars, although USAF is spending them about as fast as they can get them out at Bullseye, trying to protect their remote training area. We're about to close on another 7,000 and some odd acres there. The 3rd year in a row, we will have done that to the tune of about $10 million. So these are big dollars. Can help ease the pain sometimes of money you've already spent or that you might otherwise have to spend to get your deal across the line. So any other questions from the council?
Any questions?
Thank you, Keith.
Well, I appreciate you guys.
Thank you
Really
very
do.
much.
It's hard work you're doing. I appreciate the respect you're giving the process, and thanks to you guys as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's no good.
Oopsie.
Is there anybody else from the public? Anybody online, Will?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. And I'm going to close the public testimony part of it, but I'll give the applicant a chance to respond if you like. Okay. All right, thank you. Then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion. You have anything you want to discuss?
I think I've said everything.
Yeah, again, I'm going down the path of, I'd really like to give a little bit of time to see if USAFA.
Yes, somehow we need to get some kind of a representative here if possible. And if they tell you that they can't, but
How about just a suggestion, and Keith actually mentioned, I thought of it earlier as well, it's just maybe an offline meeting with 2 of us and staff and
with someone from the base or,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, we could even go there.
Yeah, right, we could, if that's
If that'd be-
proper, we'll ask Ashley if that's something that would be something we would be able to do.
2 of you being able to meet with them.
But,
Yeah, if
yeah.
you want to.
With everybody, not have, all council creative, but.
Because we'd have to have a
Public
meeting,
meeting,
so
but-
2 of us and, representatives from them and representatives from USAFA, is it, if we could go there and then it's not public?
I think it would be appropriate, and you should potentially think about forming a committee to do that so that it's clear who's
Okay.
part of that.
All right,
Sure, I mean, I would make myself available.
So in essence, we're talking about continuing this ordinance then?
Yeah.
correct.
I'm not against it, but I also don't want to delay the ordinance unnecessarily. So I would say to the next meeting, and if they want to meet, great. If not, then at the next meeting, we bring it back up for vote.
Could we even do it that quick?
I would give it to August 6th, just to make sure we have enough time. There's a lot, staff schedules are full.
Okay,
I mean, just for scheduling purposes, all council meeting packet items will be due next Monday for the July 20th meeting.
Yeah.
So that's
but
not
it,
a ton of time. I don't
Okay.
know
Well, let's
If any
go,
of that information from the meeting would need to be included in the packet, but that's only about 2 weeks to set up a meeting with USAFA.
sure. So let's try for the 6th. I mean, we can always modify it if we have to. And again,
You mean
I'm not gonna speak for everybody else, but I'm not here to figure out a way to nix this project. I like it.
August 6th.
third?
I just want to figure out how we can all work together.
Agreed.
Okay,
August 3rd.
so
Type
let me,
it out here. Okay, so I can make a motion.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion to continue ordinance number 15/2026, an ordinance granting approval of the Falcon Commerce Center Phase 2 preliminary PUD major amendment located in the south 43 acres of Falcon Commerce Center, known as Area D, to the August 3rd regular meeting of the town council in order to allow the time needed to schedule a meeting with, between two council members, staff and the developer and the applicant.
And USAFA.
USAFA was the first one I said.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we'll take a vote.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, can we ask for those 2 council members right now, please?
Sure. So I can, or you probably don't even have time. I can do it, sure.
I can make time. I'm just not
You-
available the week of the 20th. I'm not available, but I can make time elsewhere.
Well, let's put Councilmember Kimple and Smith on this, and if Councilmember Kimple can't make it, I'll make it. You guys are the two that know most about this. Besides Councilmember Fiorito, that is always in a skiff.
Councilmember Kimball, I can take an audio vote if you're unable to do that.
My vote is yes to continue to the August 3rd or August 2nd.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that motion passes 6-0.
There's 2 items on this.
Let's make sure we continue the second ordinance as well, since they're both noticed.
Okay, do we need to open that up first? Second ordinance.
You should open it.
Oh, okay. Then we'll go ahead and open public hearing for ordinance 16-2026, an ordinance granting approval of the Santa Fe Meadows final plan development located at the south 43 acres of Falcon Commerce Center known as Area D. Do we need to do anything more than just continue this? Well, if we just continue it, can we just continue it, or do we have to have public comment?
No, you can continue it to the next.
So
In that event, I will
Make
make
a
a motion to continue ordinance number 16-2026, an ordinance granting approval of the Santa Fe Meadows final plan unit development located on the south 43 acres of Falcon Commerce Center known as Area D to the August 3rd regular meeting of the town council in order to allow for the time needed to schedule a meeting between USAFA, the appointed committee from town council, staff, and the applicant.
Okay, motion and second. Take a vote.
Councilmember Kimball, are you able to tell me what your vote is?
I vote yes to continue.
I'm so sorry if I may jump in. I believe the first ordinance was read twice. So if the second ordinance 16,
No, it was the first one was 15/2026 and the second was 16/2026. I have them typed out here in front of me. Typing over here. Yep.
Ordinance 16. And ordinance 17 is.
We have 15 and
We have
16.
15 and
15 and 16. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the first one read was 15. Second one read was 16.
So this is how they read on the packet.
Yes.
15 is an ordinance granting approval of the Falcon Commerce Center Phase 2 preliminary PUD major amendment located in the South 43 acres of Falcon Commerce Center known as Area D. And ordinance number 16 is an ordinance granting approval of the Santa Fe Meadows final planned unit development located in the South 43 acres of Falcon Commerce Center known as Area D. Okay.
Motion passed 6-0. Yeah, are we good?
It was a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, we'll move on then to ordinance number 17-2026, and ordinance amending Title 18 Land Development Code, Section 18.3.340, relating to accessory uses and structures. Ms. Corney, you're back up again.
Again. This is a slightly dry topic, so I'm going to run through it very quickly for you. In 2024, the Colorado legislation passed House Bill 24-1152. And with that, some ADU amendments were required. At the end of last year, 2025, I believe Dan had proposed and presented those amendments to the ADU section of code. Following that adoption, we had gotten additional communication from the state clarifying that some additional edits needed to be made to that language, that we are in compliance. So the following slides indicate the minimal language change that I could do while still staying in compliance. I've been working in tandem with DOLA for several months now to make sure that we were doing just what they were asking, but still meeting the requirements. I do believe there's only 6 slides. The first item essentially changes the language and refines and clarifies that an ADU can be and shall be allowed in any zoning district, including a PUD, regardless of any restrictions and risks listed in covenants or any other location. So it had to be explicitly written out in the code that an ADU would be permitted in previously approved PUDs, current and future. So that is what that amendment changes.
Didn't we have a requirement for owner occupancy in one of the units? There was that, and then there was a little bit of an issue with that pertained to either existing developments or new developments, and I don't remember what it was, but Bob Cole said we could do it a certain way, and I don't remember what that is.
I'll be very honest with you. I strictly focused on the items that were required and listed out in our letter from DOLA that needed changed. So I can review that previous language and see what was approved and what was allowed. But I strictly focused this presentation on the required changes that they suggested for us.
And then the purpose of that was so that corporations or whatever, right, wouldn't come in and buy up a house just to put another rental unit
Right.
back. And there was some caveats to that. I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I don't recall off the top of my head right now. It's not included in this particular material.
Okay. I don't remember. I should have looked it up. I just didn't. But anyway, I know the state's just telling us what we got to do.
Hence my interest in changing the few amount of language and words that I could here for you. This second edit really just kind of takes out the subjectivity of this requirement. The word consistent with had to include specificity to it. I added here previous language I was familiar with from Grand Junction, and that was compliant and worked as well. So it does still have a little bit of wiggle room as far as the design, but it does add the required objectivity that they needed. This other one is a little bit interesting. Ultimately, the overall requirement from DOLA was that we have to allow at least 750 square feet of an ADU. And we also had to add that no ADU could be under 500 feet. So you'll see the little bit of language we changed there. Ultimately, the overall new language reads that the floor area of an ADU shall not exceed 50% of the floor area of the principal structure, or 750 square feet, was previously 600, whichever is greater, and the previous language was less. In large lot residential, you would be allowed up to 1,250 or 50%. But you couldn't exceed that 1250. And again, following up with the no ADU could be smaller than 500 square feet. So each of that would be evaluated on a permit submittal basis. The next one was some creative language that was suggested, and I liked it. It really allows that ultimately, the state requires that any ADU can utilize the setback requirements for an accessory structure. And instead of allowing the entire structure, if it's an attached ADU, to match that accessory structure setback, only the portion that would be added on to an attached ADU to a principal structure, only that portion would be allowed to meet the accessory structure setback. Or 5 feet, whichever is greater. So if it's a little bit more than 5 feet, you have to do whichever is greater, but you can meet the accessory structure with only the portion that is the attached ADU. And please stop me along the way if you have any questions. The parking one I found to be the biggest change that we needed to make. We had initially approved that we could require additional parking spaces for ADUs. We are flatly not allowed to require that unless these exceptions are met. All of them are met. The exceptions being that we can require parking if there's no existing off-street parking on the lot, which I don't know many, if any, situations where that will happen. A lot is located on a block where on-street parking is prohibited, including for emergency access. That may happen in some cases. So A, probably never, B, sometimes. And then C, the lot is located in a zone district that requires one or more parking spaces for the principal dwelling. So in most cases, we are not going to be allowed to require a parking space. On this slide, I just designate that we are meeting our strategic priorities by enabling responsible community development with this advancement and meeting Colorado State Code. And I have provided a simple recommended action for your language. Are there any questions on those changes? Pretty straightforward.
Any questions? Okay, well, this is a public hearing item as well. So anyone from the public who wants to speak on this? Seeing none. Will, anybody online?
I see.
Thank you. Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for further discussion.
I will make a motion to approve ordinance number 17-2026, an ordinance amending Title 18 Land Development Code, Section 18.03.340, relating to accessory uses and structures.
Second.
Take a vote.
Councilmember Kimball, I can take your vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passed 6-0. Okay, off to resolutions. First one up, resolution 44-2026, a resolution for the town council to approve the purchase of shadow system handguns and required accessories for the Monument Police Department officers on duty use. Chief Reagan.
Good morning.
So
Thank you.
glad to see you.
Close. We're pretty close. Do you want to know why they named it that?
Well, there's extras for everybody on.
Yes, there's extras. No. So last year we began our revitalization of our handguns. We had some aging Glocks that we moved to a new platform called Shadow Systems. We bought 8 last year to kind of test them to see how they'd work out. They worked out really well. They're actually cheaper than buying Glocks because you don't have to buy parts to like add the red dot to it. It's just, it's made for today's accessories. So this request is for $27,275.93 to upgrade the rest of the guns to that platform, to buy flashlights, to buy red dots and holsters for it. We've budgeted $29,750, so we're under our budgeted amount, and we're requesting approval of this purchase.
You have questions?
Oh,
This is easy.
yeah.
Should
I make a motion to
That's your
approve.
first.
Resolution number 44-2026, a resolution for the town council to approve the purchase of Shadow Systems handguns and required accessories for the Monument Police Department officers on duty use.
Second.
Motion and a second. Take a vote.
Who seconded? Oh, Chad.
Easy because it's in.
Councilmember Kimball, I can take your vote.
I vote yes to resolution A.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passed 6-0. Next up, resolution number 47-2026, a resolution authorizing a new tap to be installed to 2 out-of-district commercial buildings. Ms. Phillips.
Our interim public works director.
At your service. So, no pun intended, I'm carrying the water on some of these items. Pretty good after 10 o'clock, huh? My night alarm went off, just to tell you. So this first item, we are requesting on behalf of a property owner that a new tap be allowed to be put into this property. So the current system, the owner currently owns the mobile home park and 2 commercial buildings, and they're served by 1 line and 1 bill. And so the property owner has sold the mobile home park portion and is keeping ownership of the 2 commercial buildings. And the reason he's requesting this is he doesn't want to have to pay the mobile home park owner for his water bill. So by adding this tap in, then he becomes a customer and he pays his own water. So what's currently being provided from a water quantity standpoint is exactly the same. It's just that pipeline adds a tap, goes separate into his 2 properties. So he will contract for that work. Our crews will make sure that that work is done properly. He'll become a customer. So we'll gain some additional revenue from base fees, and he will pay for the tap and all the work related to it. And so I'm here on behalf of that property owner to ask permission from the council to be able to do that. And we require permission because it's an out-of-district water service.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
You know, I have a question.
I know Mr. Smith has some questions.
You kind of made the statement that nothing changes as far as use.
Correct.
And that is half correct.
Okay.
So nothing will change as far as use, but we don't know if it's the same as what the proposed use was. So I wasn't on council at the time. As a matter of fact, the only one that was the mayor, who's not here tonight, but
I was on the council.
that's right. Yeah. So very first meeting. of the
So I
new
remember,
council.
I
So,
remember it well.
what was presented on, was January 3rd, 2023, resolution 05, 2023.
That's right. Senna was on there too.
That's right. Senna was here too. Was a water tap outside the district for the mobile home park.
Only.
I have Mr. Tharnish's memo here.
Okay.
Rewatched the meeting today.
Okay.
Absolutely no mention at any time, anywhere about 2 commercial buildings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it
Which I
was.
thought was quite
It was a health and safety issue for radium in the water for the
Yes.
people living in the trailer park.
Okay.
And then we find out today that he's illegally hooked up to commercial buildings at the
And
same time.
there was also some additional conversation that it was relayed that the owner wanted to pursue de-annexation from Palmer Lake. And that the projected amount of water needed to meet current water demand was about 10 to 12,000. So 10 to 12,000 per day. I don't know if that's correct, but it was supposed to service about 26 homes. So that did have an effective 3% of our water use, just the mobile home park. My question is, do we know, have we been tracking how much use we actually have been using? I have no idea what those commercial buildings use. I didn't mean to spring this on you
Oh,
now.
it's fine. That's why we're here. Thank you for finding that
But I was
information.
quite surprised because I remember that I was here for that meeting. I remember it very clearly
Mhm.
because that was during a time of chaos. And
Okay.
I was like, man, this is fantastic. Monument is going to help these people out over in Palmer Lake and give them some water without radium. And I thought it was wonderful. And I remembered that.
Okay.
So yeah, so I had some questions about that.
Oh.
So, and in my mind, 3 years is plenty of time to pursue annexation, if you will, or
Okay.
I don't know what other remedies there might have been. I think
I'm not sure we can get to that property.
I'm not sure either, but I don't even think it's been addressed. It's just been,
Right.
I think we provided the tap 3 years ago and
Okay.
we weren't given the truth. And I don't know who's responsible for that.
Yeah.
but-
So what do we do in a
we
situation
do?
like that?
So, who?
Yeah.
Sold the property.
I don't know.
I think he sold already.
Well, he sold
He sold the mobile
trailer
home park, but he owns the 2 commercial buildings.
Right.
My recommendation would be that you not approve the resolution, and direct me to come back, to you with additional information and go speak to the, property owner, as I'm unaware of any of this. So
Yeah. This was
Before
this
you-
was before.
It was before
I-
everybody.
This is before you were the Parks or the Public Works Director.
And Jennifer, I do apologize because
it's okay.
it was a holiday weekend. I didn't get
Oh,
a chance.
Doesn't
yeah.
bother
I
me
mean,
at all.
I'm
I'd rather
assuming.
find out now.
I'm assuming.
Assume nothing.
Yeah. But I'm assuming that he probably. I mean, he had his own water system over there. It was wells, right? And he probably had that pipe in and he just hooked it up to everything. And now that he's pulled that piece out of there, he's got these 2 buildings that he's got to figure out how to deal with.
Okay.
But that wasn't what we permitted.
Okay.
And, I mean, and maybe it's, just something we just permit now and we put a tap on there and charge them tap fees and,
Okay.
and do it that way. I don't know what the answer is to that.
Okay. That would be my recommendation, and it's a good lesson for me to look a little bit deeper on these water.
Well, this would have been probably a hard one to find. We just knew about it.
Okay.
There is only, just so you know, since we're learning, there is only one other water connection outside of town limits, and that's for the wastewater plant. And that one,
Here's another
it's-
one. There's one
well,
on Beacon
yeah,
Lite
possibly,
too.
yeah. But that particular one that's active is like 40 to 50 years old.
Okay.
That tap, but
Okay, so we're not gonna go forward with this.
I don't think they don't have to do anything, right? So
no,
moving on.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on down the road.
Okay, so then we're done with that resolution for now.
Mhm.
Okay, then we'll move on to resolution number 48-2026, a resolution authorizing change order number 1 to contract with RD Mill Abatement for asbestos removal and demolition. And
Yes.
you're still up.
So this contract was originally done for not to exceed amount of $23,023. As we often know with older buildings and especially with asbestos, surprise things come about. And so the contractor who's doing the work on that, both the asbestos abatement as well as the demo and having to get rid of all the materials, determined that additional work was necessary. So that additional work has been done. But there is still additional work that needs to be done as well. So the full contract now needs to be increased. And so I'm coming to you with this request to increase the contract to be able to cover the remaining work that was part of the original bid, right? So we did the additional work and had already paid for that. Now I just need to amend the contract so that I can pay for the final work that still needs to be done.
Do you know what the additional work was?
It was a additional abatement of the asbestos. They found additional asbestos. And then he had to bring in a couple more demo bins. And when you have demo that includes asbestos in it, it has to go to very specific places. So he needed additional dumpsters to be able to remove that asbestos laden material.
Yeah, it's obviously too bad that not to exceed is exceeding. Which is kind of a catch-22. And there wasn't really, I mean, you probably know more about it than me as far as what actually needed to happen, because I don't even know what the buildings look like, but
They were just, it was two old sheds. So this is all part of the water tank project off of Beacon Lite.
oh, up there. Oh, okay.
There are
Gotcha.
pictures in your packet.
Yep.
Yeah, that place is a mess for
Yep.
sure. Yeah, it's a mess.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
Looking for a motion then.
I move to approve resolution number 48, 2026, a resolution authorizing change order number 1 to contract with RD Mill Abatement for asbestos removal and demolition.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second, take a vote.
Councilmember Kimball, I can take your vote.
I vote yes to resolution C for the demolition and removal.
Motion passed 6-0. Up next, resolution number 49-2026, a resolution authorizing appointment of presiding municipal judge and approval of professional service agreement. Ms. Phillips, you are a popular woman tonight.
I am. So the judge came earlier. We had the opportunity to introduce him to you. This is basically a 6-month contract. The code states that these contracts for the municipal judge should be on a calendar year. So I did this through the end of December. So we'll need to either decide how you want to move forward, do another RFP or RFQ for a judge, try to go through that process again, or do another contract with our existing judge. But this contract is important and gets us through the rest of this year.
Did we not find anyone to replace him?
We had 2 candidates. One decided to drop out. And so at this point, the judge was the only candidate.
Yeah, sadly.
Sadly, I had to stand in front of him. And I appreciated that. I don't know, that's just me.
That's nice.
So, yeah.
All right, we got any questions or comments? All right, look for a motion.
I can't.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 49-2026, a resolution authorizing appointment of presiding municipal judge and approval of professional services agreement.
Second.
Motion and a second, take a vote.
Councilmember Kimball, I can take your vote.
I vote yes.
I don't see that on my screen. Okay. Motion passes 6-0. Yeah, my screen went out there for a minute. Okay. Future agenda item authorization. Ms. Van Hook.
I do not have any items for you tonight.
What?
We have plenty of things going on.
We have plenty of things going on. All right, then let's bring it to council comments.
Shout out to the town, to the Kiwanis and the police departments plural, that helped out. It was a blast, and I will bring more. I will bring candy next year.
Okay. Go down this way, Senna. You have anything? Yes,
Yes, I was at the parade and it was.
that was wonderful.
No comments tonight.
No comments? How about you,
Nothing.
Ms. Chronic? I do have something. So I'm going to read it because it's got a little bit of a legal slant to it. So I want to bring up the informational session on the 28th. We're planning for prospective council candidates ahead of the upcoming election and talk through how we need to structure this. Some of us are eligible to run again in this cycle, and I think we need to be thoughtful about who hosts this session. It was brought to my attention that under the Fair Campaigns Practices Act, specifically CRS 1-45-117, the town isn't allowed to make a contribution, and that includes in-kind resources like staff time or town-sponsored event towards a nomination or election of any candidate. Colorado case law does allow us to use town resources to organize a candidate event like this, but only if it's run even-handedly and doesn't end up promoting any particular candidate's election. If those of us who are eligible for re-election are the one hosting this session, that's a gray area the statute is warning about, even if none of us intend anything improper. It could create exposure for the town, and it could create exposure for us personally as candidates, since it puts our names on an event that a challenger or resident could later point to and question or feel intimidated to ask questions to a potential competitor. So what I would like to propose is this. Councilmember Kimple and Councilmember Chronic, since you are not up for election in the cycle, I'd ask that you be willing to help answer general questions about what the role is actually like day to day, and if possible, the town clerk could also attend. For those of us eligible to run, I don't think we should be part of hosting this one. We can still be a resource to anyone who reaches out to us individually, the same way any candidate would be, just not through the town's official session. I want to be clear, this isn't about anyone's integrity. It's about keeping the town's role clean and protecting all of us from any appearance problem, especially with an election coming up. Does that sound reasonable to Ashley, our town attorney?
Sure does. I think that's a great suggestion and comment.
Okay, thank you. Is Ken still online, right?
Yes.
Okay, you're willing to do that, Ken?
Yeah. Again, is that on the 20, is it still scheduled or slated for the 28th?
28th, right? Yep, 28th.
Yeah.
Councilmember Chronic, are you willing to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is everybody on council okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, then that's what we will do. So that's off of that. So now we need to go into executive session. Or do we have to come out of executive session? Can we adjourn out of it?
I think we can adjourn.
Okay, so we will adjourn out of executive session, but I'll need a motion to go into executive.
I'll move to go into executive session pursuant to 24-6-4024B CRS for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions regarding pending legal projects.
Second.
And adjourn afterwards. Thank you.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, let's
Senna.
take a vote. I have the circle of death on my monitor.
Oh, you do? Oh, yeah.
You may have to read.
Well, you know what?
I got it.
Councilmember Kimple, can I take your vote?
Did you?
My vote is yes, but I'll need another link to join via Teams.
I believe that was texted to you. Texted and emailed to you.
Motion passes 6-0.
Correct.
Okay, we'll take 5 or so minutes and come back into executive session. Thank you.